You're listening to ido.com, Book 2 of the clickandwed.com romances by Bonnie Paulson. Alex Reeves is sick of jumping through hoops to make everyone but herself happy. When her courtship with a man chosen by her family comes to a surprising proposal, Alex leaves him at the altar in defiance. But she has nowhere to go until her friend sends her a link. Marry who you want. Before she knows it, she's on her way to Jeremy Aker's ranch to discover the true blessings of family and just how much she needs to leap in faith. Can she trust her heart enough to find happiness? Or is she doomed to follow other people's biddings? Chapter 1. Not very many people worked on their wedding day. Lifting my blonde ponytail from my neck, I untied the dark pink apron emblazoned with a large brown donut and white letters, which read Reeves's Cafe. The back office was tight and only offered enough space for employees in small cubbies by the door. My own cubby was empty amongst others, which held candy bars, spare rubber bands, chewing gum, and feminine products. I didn't even get to keep a time card since my parents paid me a salary. They liked to make me work whenever they needed. I rolled my head to the side, stretching the front muscles of my neck. Tired wasn't an adequate enough word for how I felt. Earlier that morning, my mother had roused me from a really great sleep. She had told me to get into the cafe to cover the manager until she showed up later that morning. Mom had taken the day off because she wanted to get ready for my wedding and the reception. Instead of covering the shift herself, she'd called me. On my wedding day. Apparently, I didn't need to get ready, which didn't make any sense to me at all, but most of the things my parents decided for me didn't make sense. The night before had been a long, boring bachelorette party, if that's what you could call it. Sitting around listening to old women gossip about who was wearing what at church the previous Sunday was not my idea of fun, or what I wanted to do on my last night of freedom. Apparently, though, that's what Mrs. Burton and my mom had in mind as perfectly acceptable. I braced my hands on the small desk and continued stretching my neck and shoulders. Elizabeth had fallen asleep on the tabletop at the restaurant, earning herself deep scowls and a murmured complaint from Mrs. Burton about my acquaintances changing once I was married. My returning glare hadn't been received well. I'm not sure what she expected. No one would threaten my friendship with Elizabeth. She was my best friend. She wasn't the type of friend I hung out with and told secrets to. She was the friend that made the secrets with me and challenged me to make more. Our friendship had doomed her to the position of maid of honor at my wedding. Thankfully, she hadn't stopped texting me all morning. At least she was righteously outraged that I was working on my wedding day. She was always upset for me, even when I was too drained of energy to care. My mother was the type that sucked you dry and demanded more. Alex, did you happen to grab that last guy's bill? He hasn't paid me yet. Monica, our morning waitress, stood in the doorway of the office with her hand on her hip and the coffee pot in the other. I'm getting really sick of these dine and dashers, she sighed, checking her updo in the mirror. I pointed toward the front and nodded. Yeah, he paid. Your tip is in your envelope. I'm heading out. I've got to go get ready for the big day. I rolled my eyes. Monica understood what was going on. She worked for my mom, for crying out loud. Even the amazing blueberry scones we baked fresh every day didn't take the saccharine taste of my mother out of your craw. Monica reached out and slapped my shoulder. Her sudden movement flooded the small confines of the office with her rich perfume. Wrinkling her nose, she gushed. Oh my goodness, that's right. Why are you in here on your wedding day? Girl, you are a workaholic. She winked. There was no room in the office for her to turn around without spilling the coffee, so she backed into the storage area just outside the door. You better get going. Good luck and congratulations. I nodded my thanks, but trained my gaze on the desk. Congratulations. Yep, that's exactly how I was feeling on my wedding day. Congratulations to Larry for getting me as a wife. Congratulations to his family for me making their son happy. Congratulations to my parents for getting what they want and having the Burtons as in-laws. Unable to congratulate myself on a horrible match that I was not really interested in or that I felt at all comfortable with, I ignored the tears welling in my eyes at the thought of my future looming before me. Bacon grease wafted on the air, mingling with the sugary sweetness of the maple syrup on pancakes. I closed my eyes and tried to allow the comforting smells of the cafe envelope me, but they just reminded me of all the things I didn't like about Larry. He was always there these days, like the fact that the last time he'd come into the cafe, he'd made our evening waitress cry when she'd accidentally given him the apple pie and me his lemon meringue. He'd called her stupid and incompetent while smiling like a wolf. My jaw had dropped open, and I'd rushed off to console her. Not once did I stick up for her in front of him. I was a people pleaser, and upsetting my chosen for me fiancé wasn't the way I pleased anyone. Except myself. Larry didn't even like his mom. He had no respect for women or anyone he deemed less than himself. He had once called her a fat cow in front of her ladies' group because she suggested he have only one dessert instead of two. He'd looked at me and said, "If you ever turn out like that fat cow, I'll leave you." Then he'd looked around and laughed. Everyone else had laughed with him. Because, of course, who says that kind of thing? Unless it was a joke. But Larry was a mean man who was good-looking as all get out. He reminded me of Gaston from the Disney movie Beauty and the Beast. Good-looking and everyone wanted him, but the one who saw the real him couldn't get away. That would be me. And I was trapped. Reaching up, I pinched the tight muscles between my neck and shoulders, wincing at the soreness of the flesh. Larry was indifferent to me. He was only marrying me because it was expected. In our small town of Blackberry, Arkansas, neither of us had a lot of options. My parents owned 3 of the 4 restaurants in town, and the Burtons wanted to have that kind of access to the public, so Larry could take office one day. My time would fast run out before I had to be in front of that preacher, God, and all those witnesses. I was more aware of the time passing than anyone else. I couldn't hide at the restaurant any longer. I carefully folded my apron and tucked it into my cubby. At least when I wasn't there, my cubby had something inside it. My cell phone buzzed against my leg. If it was Elizabeth, then I would let myself grab a raspberry and white chocolate scone on the way to the church. If it was my mother, maybe I should get 2. The text was from Mom. 2 scones for me. The ceremony starts in an hour. Hurry! What was the rush? Why did I have to hurry up and get married? I glowered at the phone. I didn't need to be married. Actually, if I was fully honest, I wouldn't mind being married. I always wanted kids and to be married and be happy, but I didn't need it. I ignored Mom's text and grabbed my bag, which held pretty much my entire life in it, from nylons to my sports bras for when I might want to go for a run. It had been 2 years, and I still hadn't used them. The church was about 3 blocks away. I could walk that in less than 5 minutes. Sunshine blinded me when I stepped outside, and I blinked as I turned my head until my eyes adjusted. How ironic that the sun was so happy on the day I legally bound myself to a jerk. Why couldn't the world weep that I was marrying someone like Larry? The route took me past a coffee shop that my parents had tried to buy the year before, but the man and his wife had refused. I'd silently applauded them because I couldn't stand up to my parents worth a goose's poop. I loved seeing when other people did it. A sign on their shop acted like an old-school reader board, and the man would put up random quotes or questions designed to inspire the reader or make them question themselves. The quotes usually made me laugh or nod in agreement. I'd once asked the owner where he got the quotes, and he'd answered that his wife was emailed random facts and quotes a few times a week, and he just took them from there. I loved the idea, but could never find the site to sign up. The sign that day read, "Are you doing what you want or what you think others want?" I stopped walking, almost doubling over at the sudden expelling of air from my lungs. Leaning against the closest light pole, I crossed my arms and stared at the sign. Catch your breath, Alex, and make sense of the question. Was I doing what I wanted to do, or what someone else wanted me to do? How could I still walk around the obvious answer on eggshells? When was the last time I had done something I wanted? I didn't want to marry Larry. At the same time, I didn't want to upset my parents. I was an only child, and they didn't have anyone else. When I looked at them, I could see the happiness that I would find later in life, especially if I followed the choices they made for me. Just because it wasn't my way didn't mean it wasn't a good way to go. A bird with white markings landed on the edge of the sign. I scrambled for my small pocket camera, which substituted for me when I wasn't toting my big lens with me. Zooming in, I focused on the bird's face and blurred the sign just past it. I was heavily into photography. Between pictures and event planning, I would be happy with either one, but I couldn't pursue either since they weren't considered real jobs in my parents' house. Why was I doing what they wanted? I slowly lowered the camera and stared at the bird that was free to do whatever she needed to. When my dad had suffered a heart attack about 3 years ago, I'd come home from Fayetteville to help them at my mother's urging. I'd given up a very successful business to come help them with theirs. I'd given up so much because they had said none of it was real or valuable, and because my mother was a pro at dishing out guilt. Apparently, nothing I did was worth anything unless it had been dictated by someone else. The sign mocked me as I pushed away from the pole to continue toward the church. No matter how many lines I stepped on or cracks I walked over, I knew my mom's back wasn't in danger. I turned left and swallowed back a lump of apprehension as it worked its way up my throat. Black shutters stood out against the white clapboard siding. As I got closer to the 3-story building, the details came more into focus, like the lines of the rocks, and the lead in the stained glass windows. A tower rose behind the church to stand as a queen over the rest of the lot. My stomach twisted, and nausea roiled beneath my control. What was I doing? I paused mid-step and looked behind me, but there was nowhere to run. I couldn't escape. I was locked in because I had nothing to run toward, just too much to run from. I'd never get out of the rut I'd found myself in. Marrying Larry was my lot in life. When you lived in a town as small as I did, you didn't make waves. And I had to keep reminding myself, I had nowhere to go. I walked around the back to the tower entrance where I had been told to show up to get dressed. I hadn't planned anything. Even the flowers weren't my choice. I think Mrs. Burton and Mom had decided on pink calla lilies and white roses. My choice would have been irises and daisies, bright purple irises. I certainly wouldn't have chosen a church we didn't attend to have the ceremony in. With the beautiful weather, I would opt for something outside with an arch covered in green vines and white Adirondack chairs. The door was painted black where I was supposed to enter. It stood open, and as I rounded the corner to go inside, I almost ran into Elizabeth, who stood there waiting, hair up in a tight bun with little sprigs of flowers in her hair. She worked. To be expressive through the heavily applied makeup she normally didn't wear. Giving her a questioning look, I climbed the old cobblestone steps, frustrated at her lack of communication. She reached out and grabbed my arm, pulling me closer. No one else was around, thank heaven. I breathed in her comforting scent of oranges and cinnamon. If Larry and his mother had their way, I wouldn't be seeing much of Liz after today. The thought brought tears to my eyes, and I brushed at my cheeks. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cry. It's been a long day already. I could get emotional with Liz. She didn't want me to be anything other than what I was. Her hoarse whisper came out like she'd been holding everything inside her like a vault. First of all, I cannot believe that your mother even talked me into wearing this dress. It's atrocious. She pretended to gag, waving her hand in the air as if shoving the topic aside for the moment. That doesn't matter. She grabbed my upper arms with her strong grip and peered deep into my eyes. Alex, don't marry him. I exhaled and twisted my lips to the side. There were those dang tears again. I don't have a choice. I'm in this too far. Maybe if I tried stopping it 2 years ago, when Larry and I started dating. It doesn't matter. You and I have already talked about this. I'm stuck. Reality finally swooped in around me as the sounds of bustling and mingling people from inside the chapel reached us through the open windows. A mix of musty church and old woman perfume reached me on the breeze by the open window. I would lose my life as I married Larry, surrounded by decaying people in a rotting building. Liz pulled back and studied me, tucking her chin. Are you sure? You only get one life. That's it. You won't get another one. I promise. You do not have to do what everyone else wants you to. Live. She slid her hand down my arm and gripped my hand tight, squeezing my fingers. Her desperation was evident in her grasp. As appealing as her words were, as much as I felt her plea deep in the center of my soul, I was trapped. You can't fix everything. At least not this. I blinked back the tears that apparently wanted to hang out with me all day. It was okay to cry at weddings, wasn't it? At least when the bride was sentenced to life. Okay, last thing I'll say out loud. Don't marry Larry. She lifted her hands and backed away from me. Jerking her head up the stairs, she whispered, You better hurry. Your mom is on a warpath. She made me put makeup on my tattoos. She turned, so I could see her bare shoulder where her butterfly usually was. The powdery cover looked fake, and I felt bad. I'm so sorry. I would never have asked you to do that. My mom was intent on destroying everything good in my life. Mom was always on some kind of a tear. She didn't want anyone else to be happy. If you did exactly what you were asked, she would still find fault with your efforts. Would me marrying Larry even make her happy? Chapter 2. Turning from Liz, I faced the stairs looming before me. Part of me could see Elizabeth as the dragon protecting the stairs, but another part made me wonder if maybe she wasn't the knight of the story, or knightress. She didn't want me to go upstairs, because once I was up there, I would be chained forever to a life of... I shook my head. Enough with the fatalistic commentary. I couldn't blame anyone else for the decisions in my life. I made them, just like I had to climb those stairs to get ready to come down again. Gripping the railing, I forced my leaden feet to carry me up and up. The stairs climbed up in a circle, lining the wall of the tower. When I was little, I had never understood why they made the brides go upstairs, until I saw a bride walking down. As her dress had slowly come into view, one step at a time, the photographer had snapped pictures like crazy. I had wanted to take those pictures, to catch the light as it drifted through the stained glass, splashing a myriad of colors across the white fabric. But today, it would be me, and I didn't want any colors splashed on the white dress. Maybe clouds would pass, and I wouldn't have to face those hope-inspiring pictures for something I knew that was doomed for failure. My parents waited in the foyer. My father's balding head nodded in agreement to something Mrs. Burton said. The sight of my mother's curls pushed me up the stairs. I didn't want to see her. I didn't want to see any of them. Hopefully, the veil they'd picked out for me would hide me from the world and protect me from view. I pushed into the room at the top of the tower. Mirrors covered one side, and my dress, covered in plastic, hung from a fabric hanger on a hook above the mirror. There was a stool set up so I could do my makeup. But I couldn't take my eyes off that dress. I slowly sank onto the stool, lifting my feet to shove onto the lowest rung. Even the dress was wrong. Everything about it was wrong. I had asked for an A-line skirt, and she'd given me a baby doll-style dress with an empire waist and a long flowing skirt. One thing I loved about myself was my hips. I had the shape of a woman, and I didn't hide it. My mother constantly tried to push me into this waifish figure that I would never be. Something she would never be either. I got my curves from her side, and she liked to eat. Not saying she was fat, just neither of us was never going to fit into those dresses that she wanted us to look good in. Yet there the dress was, staring at me. I was not a Jane Austen fan, and yet my mother wanted me to be a figure from one of her books. A paper with a picture of hair pulled back with ringlets had been taped to the mirror, beside the curling iron and hairspray. I liked my hair long and flowing. My mother preferred it up. There she was, always restraining me. Suffocation would probably be the way I would die. Fatigue slumped my shoulders. I didn't want to get dressed. I didn't want to get married. I wanted to go back to bed. A life with Larry would be a life full of expectation that I'd never be able to match. It would be a life of sadness. The phone buzzed again at my hip. I pulled it out, my jaw clenched. If it was my mother, so help her. But it was Elizabeth. She spoke in a hurried whisper. There's a package under the bed. You have 15 minutes to change your mind. The taxi will leave then. Take a chance on something else. I promise you'll be happier. I shook my head softly. She was my best friend, and it was her goal in life to fix everything. I guess as a handy woman, it was part of the job, but her clients paid her to fix cabinets and remodel breakfast nooks. She couldn't fix my life. To stay away from that dress, even if it was only for a few more minutes, I went to the bed to check for the box. Plus, I'll admit curiosity was definitely something in my corner. The box was unobtrusive and didn't stand out very much. It was just a white dress box that was easy to lift and put on top of the bed. I'm not sure why there was a bed clear up in that tower, but I envied any brides that had the opportunity to sleep on their wedding day. I lifted the lid and stared, confusion twisting my lips. White tissue paper neatly lined the box. On top of the tissue paper to the left was a dry erase board with a red arrow that pointed towards the door. I glanced in the direction it pointed and noticed my honeymoon luggage, but there were 2 extra bags with the ones I had packed. My camera bag with my tripod attached to it, and a bag that looked like it held a bunch of shoes. A brand new tablet with a yellow post-it stuck to the front sat in the middle of the box. The post-it read, "Turn on and swipe." One thing I could do was follow directions. A site had been left open called clickandwed.com. It wasn't open to the home screen, though. It was open to a man's profile. Bright green numbers next to his picture read 98%, with small letters underneath which said compatible. The man's name was Jeremy Aker, and his smile could make a cloud lose its water. In very easy-to-read black font, the site told me to click I do if I wanted to continue. Was it some kind of a dating site? I was getting married. That wasn't funny. Plus, Liz knew I had a horrible fear of rejection. Something like an online dating site took my fear in a small town with a population of about 2,000 and put it on a global scale with a population of about 7 billion. There was a slight difference. The post-it read, "Click I do. Do something your parents didn't tell you to." My phone buzzed in my hand, and I jumped. A text from my mother. "Hurry up." What did it mean, though, if I clicked I do? Would I go on a date and still be stuck there? The site was indicative of a wedding site. I would be marrying him. That's what it looked like. How would that help to go from marrying one man to another? A huge plus would be it wasn't Larry. An even bigger plus would be that I wasn't doing what my parents wanted me to do. His profile said he lived in Washington. I wouldn't be in Arkansas for when the crap hit the fan. My phone buzzed again in my hand, and I glanced at it. 5 minutes left. What are you going to do? Elizabeth had a way of pointing out the obvious. Chapter 3. What was I going to do? A knock at the door pulled my attention from the phone screen, and I guiltily dropped the cover of the box back in place. Holding the tablet and my phone, I moved to stand beside the stool. My mother didn't wait for me to acknowledge her knock. She edged inside, closing the door behind her. Taking in my lack of wedding clothes and disheveled hair, she scowled. "Alexandra, why aren't you dressed? You have to be downstairs in 30, no?" She checked her watch, eyes wide. 2 minutes. Come on, hurry. You don't want to start your marriage making Larry wait. She tisked, moving further into the room, adjusting a doily and straightening the plastic on my dress. After a moment, she pulled the straight form from its covering and smoothed the soft white material with her elegant hands. Sunlight worked its way through the glass and sparkled on her rings and bracelets as she caressed the folds. Her murmur held a reverence I'd never heard before. "Your father and I eloped. I didn't get a white dress or anything that was remotely romantic. You're so lucky to have that. You'll be able to look back at pictures and remember this day." My jaw dropped open and I stared at her. Who was she? And why didn't she see what I was going through? How could she not sense my anxiety and my general dislike of the entire Burton family? Was she so self-absorbed she didn't see me for who and what I was? I didn't want anything that she was choosing for me. Nothing. The shafts of sunlight danced off the many mirrors and backlit the dress and my mother. As much as she wanted the dream for me, it was her dream, not mine. She didn't even know what I wanted. I didn't even know what I wanted. Why did it seem like Elizabeth was the only one who knew what I wanted, or at least cared enough to try to find out? The buildup of anxiety mounted, exacerbated by the lack of sleep and the urgency of the minutes zooming by. I couldn't take it any longer. How do you know what I want? You've never asked. The disrespect in my voice surprised me, but I didn't back down. I didn't want to deal with it anymore, not with Larry or anything that had to do with the Burtons. Unfortunately, that included my own parents. Dropping her hands, Mom twisted on her heel and faced me, shock cracking her normally serene facade. Where is this coming from? You don't know what you want. Your father and I help you. You've never known what you want. Yes, I do. But you minimize what I want. I continued when she opened her mouth as if to argue. My photography, my job, my business, my house in Fayetteville. Even my schooling had to be what you wanted, because what I wanted wasn't important enough. My phone buzzed, and I glanced away from my mom, which was like looking away from a rattlesnake. Another text from Elizabeth lit up my screen. 3 minutes. I had to choose. Right then. The chance would be gone, and I'd never get it back. On the walk to the church, and in my bed every night while I tried to fall asleep, I begged my maker for something different, for something to get me out of the prison I was locked into. There Elizabeth was, handing me something, anything to get away from what everyone else wanted from me. And I was taking the time to think it over? Elizabeth had answered the call. I had only minutes. Nodding my answer, as if Elizabeth could see my response, I grabbed the tablet and swiped it open, my finger hovering over the bright red button. Mom, what if I don't want this? Something snapped her mask into place, and she approached me, her face tight with a smile. If you don't marry him, don't come home. You're not going to disgrace your father and me, living like you do. She smirked as if she knew I would do what she wanted and folded her hands at her waist. You're our only daughter, and you're going to do what you're asked. Be agreeable, Alexandra. That's the key to happiness in marriage. You're right. I pushed the red button and waited for it to say my response was submitted. I pushed the button to turn off the screen and tucked my phone in my back pocket. I suddenly could breathe like a band had been removed from my chest. Tell Mrs. Burton I'm not eating cream of mushroom gravy for the rest of my life, and I honestly don't care what you tell Larry. She stepped forward, digging her painted nails into the soft skin of the back of my arm as she grabbed both my biceps. You have nowhere else to go, Alexandra. Don't be a stupid girl. My mother spoke through clenched teeth and shook me as much as she was able. I'm not stupid. For the first time, I think I'm being smart. I wasn't prepared for the crack of her palm across my cheek, or the glare of satisfaction when I grabbed my stinging flesh. Shocked at her action, I tried not to let her see how much she'd hurt me. I inhaled sharply, and the pain branded itself with the scent of her Lancôme perfume on my heart. Mom lifted her chin and narrowed her eyes with deadly intent. You'll do this. Or, you're not my daughter. Her words stung in sync with the mark from her strike. Reality unraveled in front of me. I pressed my lips together and nodded shortly with a condescending smile on my face. At least I hoped it was condescending and not pathetically distraught. Bye, Mom. I didn't wait any longer. I had maybe a minute left to gather my bags and get down the stairs. My luggage didn't feel as heavy as they looked, maybe because I was lighter with my decision as my anxiety disappeared behind me, lingering with her perfume as she spluttered from her spot in the center of the room. I clunked down the stairs and ducked out the back door, whipping my head left and right in search of the cab that was supposed to be out there. A green minivan marked with the words Taxi Taki waited in the parking lot. I'd missed it when I'd arrived because I'd been wrapped up in the hell I was headed toward. I wouldn't miss him that time. He was backing up, the reverse lights glowing beneath the brake lights. I lifted my hand, waving frantically. No way was I going to have come all that way. Told my mom to shove it and then have to turn back. Not happening. I yelled out, "Wait! I'm coming!" The taxi jerked to a stop, waiting while I waddled my way to the side door with all the bags I'd somehow managed to get out there by myself. Setting the largest one down, I swung the door open and climbed in. I hauled the rest of the bags inside and slid the door shut. Looking back for Larry or my mom wasn't an option, but I wanted to scan the windows to see if I could catch a glimpse of Elizabeth, my friend who had tried so hard to give me what I wouldn't take for myself. A curtain moved in the back window by the door she'd protected earlier. A moment later, Larry rushed out the door, the front panels of his tuxedo flapping unbuttoned as he chased after the van. We drove out of the parking lot, his glare enough to fill me with a desperate need to get away. I had the sinking sensation that if Larry ever saw me again, he'd make me pay for embarrassing him. Buzzing from my rear pocket had me reaching for my phone. My hand shook, and I dragged in a tremulous breath. The cab smelled like car freshener similar to Elizabeth's work truck. A text from my best friend glowed on the phone. That a girl? Chapter 4. I watched out the back window of the van as the church disappeared from sight. Turning and sitting back against the seat, I sighed. Looking around, I couldn't fight the surreal sensation that I'd never see that streetlight, that stop sign, or that old post office again. The driver's wizened eyes peered at me every few seconds in the rearview mirror. Crinkling at the sides, he smiled. You look like a young mule deer caught between a truck and a hunter. You're going to be all right. His voice could have belonged to a grandpa, and his white hair, peeking from beneath his golf-style hat, suggested he was old enough. I found his tone comforting enough to unclench my fingers from the edge of the cloth seat. Leaning forward, I braced my hand on the front passenger seat and struggled to speak, past the realization that I didn't have a plan besides getting in that cab. I have no idea where I'm going. Twisting my lips to the side, I tried to smile, but I think it came off more as a pathetic attempt not to cry. I'm Daryl. He smiled, the whiskers on his cheeks reflecting the sunlight as he spoke. Don't worry, miss. Everything's already been taken care of. I know where I'm supposed to take you and everything else I'm supposed to do. You just sit back and relax. He turned and winked, then turned back to the road. I've been married a couple times. You're not missing out on anything. His chuckle left me to my thoughts. Everything had been taken care of? Elizabeth really did like to fix things. I could already tell I owed her big. When Daryl turned north on the I-49, I still didn't know where we were headed. As far as I knew, he could be taking me into the woods to kill me. At least I didn't laugh at my dark humor. He would have questioned what was so funny, and I'd have to explain that the thought of him being an axe murderer made me laugh. Not really a laughing matter. My phone buzzed once, then again. Then it went on a buzzing rant, and I feared it might have a technology seizure. As if the emotions spewed through the vibrations, I could almost feel the irate text messages from my mother, my father, and Larry. When Mrs. Burton's name flashed on my phone to indicate she was calling, I turned the cell off. I had made my decision, and there was no going back. I might as well not torture myself with everything. Besides, I was more worried that I didn't know where I was going than what my mother was going to yell at me. If we talked. Jeremy's profile had said he lived in Washington. I think it was Washington State and not D.C. Why hadn't I double-checked? I didn't know anything about the East Coast. Okay, I didn't know anything about the West Coast either. Both were a long way away. I had some money, but I didn't know if I had enough to get me all that way. We headed north, and the dark green of the hills around us gave the illusion that everything was fine with the world. I could forget for a bit that I'd walked out on my family, my friends, people I'd known for a long time, my fiancé, and his family and friends, and abandoned them all based on a whim that my best friend had put into place for me. I could pretend I hadn't just fought with my mom and been promised that I would be disowned, or that Larry would be hurt that I hadn't shown up, but he'd be more hurt and embarrassed that I'd left him to deal with the aftermath. The entire Burton family would blame it on me. I'd seen them in action. In no time, they'd turned the small town against a man because he'd accidentally walked out of the restaurant without paying. He'd turned back to come pay his bill, but it was too late. The Burton revenge had already been put into play with a simple call made to Mrs. Burton. Even if I wanted to go back, there was no way I'd be welcomed. I'd be shunned like that man. He'd finally moved away. Trees blurred as we passed, and I couldn't tell if it was because of my wet eyes or the speed limit of the interstate. It probably didn't matter. An hour and 20 minutes in the taxi didn't seem that long as I allowed my thoughts to carry me along. The driver was kind enough to put on an oldies station, and he didn't press me for conversation. Songs of simpler times soothed me as I tried to gather an understanding of what I had done. What had I done? Daryl hummed along to a Beatles song. I don't know that I would have been a good enough conversationalist anyway. Everything I had just walked away from flashed before my eyes. The negatives and the positives. The good and the bad. Honestly, the more I mentally listed it, the less good there was than bad. None of that mattered as I tried to see the positive in the change that I had just taken. Were there any pros when I had no idea what I was doing? What had Elizabeth got me into? What in burning incense had I done? The easy thing when everybody else made major decisions for you was that you didn't have to blame yourself when things didn't turn out. I could have married Larry and hated my mother for the rest of time. As it was, I would always wonder if I had made the right choice in leaving him and my family behind at the Baptist church we didn't even attend. Daryl pulled in front of the Northwest Arkansas Regional Airport and parked in front of the information doors at the main loading dock. He leaned to the side and half turned to see me. This is as far as I go. Your next steps are as follows. You need to go in there to the front desk and show your ID. They'll have tickets for you. Once that's done, you'll take your luggage to the hotel abutting the north end of the airport. I believe it's called Wingate at Wyndham. They already have a reservation for you. Climbing from the cab, Daryl opened the side door and hauled my luggage out to the curb for me. I exited the safety of the van and trailed my fingers on the steadfast seat back before I left all the way. Too many new changes bombarded me, and I needed some kind of a safety net. The smell of exhaust hit me as I finally let go of the clean scent of the van. Daryl was my only anchor, and I needed to thank him. I reached into my pocket for a tip, but he reached out and stayed my hand. Shaking his head, he patted my shoulder. I'm not supposed to take anything from you. Trust me, I've already been tipped plenty. That friend of yours, she's rare. She's what we like to call 1 in a million. He made sure I was clear of the van and double-checked for any extra luggage. Winking, he shut the door behind me. You're going to have fun. Thank you. The words were so ineffectual in expressing my gratitude. My debt mounted around me like the warm summer air. Daryl had no idea just what a terrific friend Elizabeth was. Hopefully, one day I would be able to return the favor. Air conditioning welcomed me with a soft blast to the face as I entered the sliding doors. The linoleum floor led inconspicuously to the information terminal. I set my bags down and smiled at the lady. Can I help you? She tilted her head in the customer service type of way that made you wonder if maybe you had something on your neck that they were trying to see. My name is Alexandra Reeves. I was told I have a ticket on will call. I nervously chewed my lip. I had never done anything like that before. Did they even do airplane tickets on will call? She clicked on the computer and then checked with the other employee behind her. They conferred for a moment, both glancing at me and then back at each other while they talked. Maybe I had a sign on me that read, "Jilted my fiancé." I glanced around the front portion of the airport with its wall of windows and filling lines. Early afternoon had plenty of people walking around, pulling luggage, with their other hands filled with papers, phones, and coffee. All of the movement made me tired, and I wanted to climb into that hotel bed Daryl had promised. Ms. Reeves? The woman returned, pulling my attention back to her. She tapped some keys on the keyboard. Can I get your identification, please? This is very unorthodox, and I want to make sure I'm handing this off to the right person. I hope you understand. I fumbled in my bag for my brown wallet and withdrew my driver license to hand to her. She nodded after verifying I matched the name. Thank you. We've been waiting for you. We also have your reservation for your hotel information in the packet as well. Elizabeth Snyder was very kind. She smiled and handed me an envelope stuffed to the brim with papers. She always is. I tried not to choke up as I thought of my friend. Until I turned on my phone, I wouldn't be able to call her. Did I even want to turn on my phone? Maybe I could call her from the hotel. They had to have phones there. Calling her would be more important than even sleeping, no matter how badly I wanted to rest. The receptionist pointed the shuttle waiting area out to me. The shuttle arrived moments after I got into place and carried me from the airport to the hotel. The registration desk was easy to find, and they checked me in immediately. Like a tornado, I was in my room and the door was closing before anything had fully sunk in from that day. The clock on the side stand announced it was 4 in the afternoon with green digital numbers. According to the itinerary that my mom and Mrs. Burton had created for the wedding day, we would all be settling in for dinner and the reception at the senior center on the north side of town. The senior center. What was the appeal? The Burtons owned it, and they had access to the large recreation hall, as well as easy access to have my mom's restaurants cater. I'd been asked to help with that event until Mrs. Burton had told Mom I couldn't work it when I was supposed to be in the receiving line. How had I not seen how my parents treated me? Why did I wait to make any changes in my life until it was almost too late? I sank onto the edge of the bed and stared at the tightly woven carpet. Looking back at where I was supposed to be according to my mom, and where I actually was thanks to Liz, I had a hard time imagining that everything had changed in only a matter of hours. I'd altered the course of my life with one swipe of my finger. Only a few hours ago, I'd been getting off to head toward Larry and a life of imprisonment. A hotel in Bentonville wasn't the same as a hotel in the Bahamas, where Larry and I were going on our honeymoon, but it was much more enjoyable. I could have done the Bahamas and been happy if Larry hadn't been there too. As it was, I was in a different hotel, and I wasn't Mrs. Larry Burton. Thank heaven. I didn't have to have ham with au gratin and potatoes for my reception dinner either. Flopping back on the queen-size bed, I let my body relax for the first time in a while. I couldn't help wonder what my parents and the Burtons had done with all of those guests. They'd invited a lot of people and would have had to tell them something. Oh, to be a fly on the wall when they announced it. What would they say? Even as a fly, I wouldn't be welcome back. I would most likely never be able to return. I ignored the tears that I had pushed down for so long. My mom had disowned me. I was her only child, and she had verbally disowned me. Wiping at my eyes, I took a deep breath. She didn't mean it. We had our problems, but no way would she do that to me. Not intentionally, not permanently. I would give Mom and Dad some time, and then, maybe, I would be able to call, and we could strike up a relationship again. At least I hoped so. And yet, another part of me, the part of me that sought reality for what it was, the part that knew deep down they treated me awful, that part of me knew there would be no going back to the way things were. In my parents' eyes, I had disgraced them. In a town the size of Blackberry, you didn't disgrace anyone, least of all your parents. Shame like that you avoided worse than death. Elizabeth had given me the means to get out. Now, no matter what happened, I would have to make sure that I made a life for myself outside of Arkansas, because there was no going back. My best friend was a bright spot in everything. She'd come up with a plan and fixed my life. I knew she only wanted my happiness, and I was grateful that she'd once again been the doer of our friendship instead of a wisher, like me. Beside the cream-colored phone, a small placard declared local calls were free. Hopefully, her number was considered local. I wasn't sure what the area code was in Bentonville. I picked up the phone and dialed Elizabeth's number from memory. She answered before the first ring finished its tone. Her squealing laughter was contagious. "Ooh, Alex, I cannot believe you did it. I am so proud of you. Do you have any idea how upset you made those women? Your mother and Mrs. Burton looked like they were choking on fish bones. They are so evil. I cannot wait for you to get out of the state altogether. Get out of the Midwest. Who knows? If things work out for you, I might just follow in your footsteps. Find me a man nowhere near here." I leaned my head back and sank into the soft pillow. My chuckle was soft but strong with gratitude. "I can't believe you did this for me. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to just leave like that. I'm sure this cost you a lot of money. I'll do everything I can to pay you back. Did they say anything to you after I left?" I pulled my hair back and twisted it to the side out of the way. She snorted. Psht, please. I make so much money as a handy woman, I don't need you to pay me back. Consider this your you didn't get married, and I'm so proud present. Elizabeth laughed, the sound deep and heartfelt. Allowing her words to sink in first, she then continued, but with a more sober vein. No, your mom glared at me and said it was all my fault, putting thoughts in your head and all that. But what can she do? She's never liked me anyway. Liz laughed and gasped. Oh, my word. Larry came back in after you left and was already hitting on the other bridesmaid. You know the one that I'm talking about? The one that his mom picked out. I'm sure they'll be married before the year's out. I didn't react for a moment as her words clicked into place. Was I jealous? No, and that was the worst part. I almost married a man that I wasn't jealous of. I don't even care that he's interested in other women. How sad is that? I'm telling you, that man was not good for you. But now you can go and get to know Jeremy. She spoke his name, casually, and I could barely even comprehend what I was doing. She continued as if we'd known Jeremy forever, and I was leaving to go visit him. Just think, as soon as he accepts you, you'll be married already. How much fun. You don't have to worry about any of this. I'm so envious. I jerked back, my brow furrowed. You mean we don't get married, like say our vows or anything? To say I was disappointed wasn't quite accurate. I needed to hear my future husband say he would stay with me through thick and thin. I needed that. Even though the opinion may be an unpopular one, I still needed it. I don't think there's a ceremony or anything with the two of you, but you guys are supposed to be married by proxy. That's why I had to have your ticket go out 2 days after, because it has to get filed and everything. You leave Tuesday. Elizabeth's matter-of-fact tone didn't fool me. There was nothing traditional about what we were doing. What I was doing? Wait, what if he doesn't accept me? I'm stuck going to Washington. The enormity of what I'd undertaken rose around me, and I tried to not gag on the possibilities. The airport anyway. She laughed. I think you land in Tacoma, but I'm not sure. She took a long breath and exhaled. I am so glad you're out of here. Come on. Marriage to anybody would be better than marriage to Larry. Her excitement wrapped around me, soothing away my panic. I kicked off my shoes and pulled my feet onto the bed and rolled to my side, staring at the wall. I have to admit, I'm a little excited. I hope he likes me. I didn't need to know all the details around what she'd set up. Elizabeth knew I wasn't the type to get into the details of anything. I really just liked to ride along smoothly. The fact that I had even made this choice and had created so many waves was more Elizabeth than me. Maybe the real me was coming out. I had to pretend I wasn't terrified at the unknown soaring toward me. You should be so excited. You're in a hotel for the next 2 days all by yourself. We haven't done that since college. If I didn't have that big remodeling work to get done, I would totally come up and stay with you. We could go to the spa, get room service, and meet more guys. Except you're married-ish. I could meet the guys. Her wistful tone tugged at me over the line. I twirled the cord around my finger. She and I hadn't had any real time together since I'd moved back to help my parents. Are you sure you can't? I feel bad being up here by myself, spending your money. I sniffed and closed my eyes. Oh, my word. Liz, this room smells like turned-down chocolate. You have to come up now. I bet there's some... I peeked beside the other pillow and found a towel folded with chocolates. There are. You have to come now. She groaned. Leave it to you to sniff out the chocolate. I can't come. I told Mr. Bagwell I'd get his downstairs completed before his wife gets back from her trip. With the shipment of cabinets late, I'm behind. I'll probably be doing 18-hour days for the next week. She perked up her tone. But hey, maybe I can come and visit in a couple months. Do you think that would be okay? You better. I'm not going to have anybody over there. You're my only one. I swallowed down my strangled tone. I was going to miss her. Elizabeth sniffed and hurriedly replied. Okay, I'll talk to you later. I've got to get going. Got to get out of this dress. Been trying to get away from that mess since you left. She laughed and hung up. I was so nervous, but I resolved that over the next couple days, I wouldn't be swayed to go back home. All I had to remember was I wasn't welcome back anyway. Chapter 5. Leave it to Elizabeth to not let me know I was accepted by my new husband until late the night before my flight. I'd been so worried I was heading to Washington without anything or anyone. I hadn't slept or eaten much while I waited to find out. Claiming my seat by the window in the airplane, I stared out at the limited view. How could she have waited? She'd said she was so busy. She'd almost missed the email, but still. She should have set it up through my email. That didn't matter. She got me the message, and there I was, on the plane, to head toward him. Thankfully, he'd accepted me. What if he hadn't? That wasn't the first time I'd asked myself that since I'd left the church. Throughout my life, I doubted it would be the last. I had never left Arkansas. We even lived close to the state line of Oklahoma, and I had never left. I wasn't the adventurous type. Elizabeth was. I had never been on a plane either. I had no one to notice that my fingers were white as they dug into the armrests. I couldn't report to anyone who would care that the lurch as the plane pulled forward tugged on my insides and ached in the back of my head. I stared out the window as we sped up and up and up. We lifted from the ground, and I was weightless, and yet I wasn't. As Bentonville grew smaller beneath me, I could have been looking at Google Maps of the state. Would Washington have trees and grass? The ones of my home state disappeared into a patchwork quilt of grass and plains as we rose above. I wouldn't miss Larry, but I would miss Arkansas. The chatter from the other people in the airplane didn't bother me. I couldn't stop staring as my state disappeared. We broke through the clouds, and suddenly nothing was under me but white. I leaned back. The flight would be extremely long, and thankfully, Elizabeth had got me one without a layover. I would be arriving in Tacoma sometime that afternoon. Washington was 2 hours behind my time, so I wouldn't lose too much daylight. I clenched my hands on my camera case as it sat on my lap. What was I doing? Ah! The seatbelt lighting dinged on, not that I had taken mine off, and people started to shuffle their items into place as we landed. The lurch as the plane connected with the ground was not my idea of a smooth landing, but according to the pilot, who spoke over the loudspeaker, it was a terrific landing. Although he could have just been patting himself on the back that we hadn't died. Everything I had looked up about Washington and Seattle had been based around lots of rain, ocean, and cold. I was from Arkansas. Cold did not sit well with me. A fun fact I'd learned, and had to text to Liz, was that Snoqualmie wasn't too far from where the Twilight series was supposed to be based. I wondered if I could get over there to see Forks and catch a glimpse of Edward. The romanticism around the sparkly vampire had always captivated Elizabeth and me. We'd always longed for that ever-after love which was supposed to surpass anything. I was unfortunately extremely realistic. That was one of my many flaws. Expecting anything like an eternal love from Jeremy just wasn't smart. Sure, he was my husband now. According to Elizabeth, it was a 6-month trial period. We were married for all intents and purposes. If we were together for that length of time, and we decided not to stay together, we would get our money back. Elizabeth never mentioned the amount of money. Hopefully it wasn't more than $50. That way I could get it back for her if I fell in love with him. $50 was easy to come up with. Anything more than that. And I'm not sure I would be able to. I still hadn't turned on my phone. I didn't want anyone to know where I was going. Quite honestly, I didn't want anyone to take the opportunity to dissuade me from my path I'd chosen. Grabbing my 2 carry-on bags, I followed the crowd off the plane. The nerves in my hands and along my shoulders tingled. I was so anxious, but I couldn't help thinking that something good was going to happen. When I got off the plane, would I need to get a cab or rent a car or something? The signs leading towards the front were lit with white letters on a black background. I followed the crowd heading toward luggage claim and got on the escalators. As the escalator descended to the next level, a crowd of people waited, splitting off to walk with those who stepped off the moving stairs. A few passengers moved off on their own to the carousel. That would be me. I shifted my larger carry-on to my other shoulder and hefted my bag and tripod up so I could adjust the weight better. Glancing up, I noticed a man off to the side. His broad shoulders and trim hips stood out among men who didn't know how to stand with confidence, and women who looked past him and then did a double take to look again. When I gathered the wherewithal to look away from the strength of his jaw and the noble angles of his cheekbones, I spotted a sign above his head with red letters that said, Reeves. Wait. The man wearing the dark brown cowboy hat over black hair and piercing brown eyes was the man I'd married. He was too good looking for me. What if he saw me and ran? I hadn't told him who I was. He didn't know it was me. I wasn't sure if Elizabeth had put my picture on that website. At the same time, he could still turn and run. I could still pretend like it wasn't him, and it wasn't me, and keep walking. I could do it before he did. I could reject him before he refused me. Wait. That wasn't the normal me mindset. The journey I was on had to lead me away from that self-defeatist ideal I'd lived with under my parents. I couldn't make the decision to leave that behind, and then not change myself. He wouldn't reject me. If I wanted to, I could, but he was there with a sign. He hadn't turned me down. The escalator got lower and lower. It wasn't like it would be the first time I had left a man almost literally at the altar. I could keep walking. Then our eyes met, and I knew deep down that there was nothing in me that could keep me from walking to him. Hopefully my instincts were smarter than my mind. Chapter 6. I pressed my lips together and hummed to myself as I approached him. Smiling was out of the question when the man looked like a cross between Sam Elliott and Viggo Mortensen, and stilts all wrapped up into one man with tan skin. He had to have Greek, or Italian or something in his heritage with his dark coloring. In Arkansas, the most culture we got down there was crawdads. Denying his magnetism was impossible. The closer I got to him, the more prevalent my smile became. Jeremy Akers? I tilted my head to the side as if I expected some kind of a trick. He chuckled and lowered the sign. I like your accent. We don't get a lot of that southern drawl up here. He extended his hand. His low voice sent warm ripples through my insides. I accepted his hand, and my skin tingled with a subtle heat I couldn't technically attribute to the air-conditioned building. There was no reasonable explanation for the reaction I had when we touched. All I knew was I wanted it to happen again. Well-stacked jeans fit him comfortably without looking too tight or too baggy. The flannel shirt he wore had the sleeves rolled up to his elbows and fit his shoulders like they'd been designed for him. I'd never heard of custom-made flannels, but that didn't mean they didn't exist. A brown cowboy hat enhanced the tan of his skin and the dark chocolate of his eyes. I don't know if it was the plaid of the flannel or just his God-given shoulders, but the breadth of his chest tapering down to his waist was definitely something you only read about or saw in a Matthew McConaughey movie. Yeah, the guy that never wears a shirt. Not that I was complaining, or any other red-blooded American woman. I didn't realize I had an accent until he pointed it out. His words were sharper and easier to understand, but mine didn't sound bad either. Self-consciously, I pushed my hair over my shoulder and offered a small smile. Thanks, I think. He slowly released my hand and winked. It was definitely a compliment. Shall we get going? I left my rig out in the parking garage. Let's get your luggage. Walking beside him, I had this strange sensation that if I reached out and took his hand in mine, he would not pull away. His smile when he had seen me had been large and exceedingly charming, not the type you can fake. Already he was 1,000 times better than Larry Burton. In the truck, Jeremy shifted to his side and pulled his phone from his back pocket. He glanced at the screen, which flashed a bright red heart in a dialogue icon. You're supposed to check in or something. Did you get the app? The app? I might have missed that part. I wasn't sure how much he knew, or if he even knew that Elizabeth had actually done everything for me. I didn't know the answers to the quiz, even though I'd gotten on my profile using login information she'd sent me. I couldn't find the quiz or any of the data used to match Jeremy and I. She knew me better than anyone, so when she said she answered the quiz honestly, I knew she had gotten the answers right. She hadn't mentioned anything about an app. He pointed at the phone screen. Well, For it to count, you need to check in, but you have to do it with the location on your phone. You can't just say you're here. He put his phone down on the dash. The inside of his truck was clean and smelled like vanilla. Every couple minutes, I'd get a fresh sniff of his cologne, and each time I tried not to make it obvious how much I loved the scent. The cologne wasn't a spice or a pine, but more like a cross of what I imaged the mountains and a field would smell like. Definitely one of my new favorites. Had I taken too long to respond? Thanks. I'll see if I can download it now. I pulled out my phone, hesitating before turning it on. It would be on for the first time in days since I had been in that taxi, driving away from my friends and family and their plans for me. Once I turned on my phone, it would most likely explode with messages, texts, and emails. I really didn't want to deal with that. But I had to check in, according to Jeremy. Elizabeth had told me to follow the rules, so follow the rules I would. I owed her for getting me out. I didn't read all of the text messages that came up. The number 45 in a red circle above the little envelope icon for messages made my stomach clench. Some of those had to be from Elizabeth. She wouldn't leave me without more information. I pressed the icon and looked for the thread under her name. If she hadn't sent me anything, I could always text her and find out more information. Under her name, there was only one unread message. Go to clickandwed.com and get the app. You need to follow all the instructions. Don't let me down. Chronicle this for me if you can. I would love to know how it turns out for you. Love, you. I went to the website and downloaded the app. After it downloaded and I logged in, a notification dinged on my home page with a message that I had 3 days to check in. Rather than wait, I checked in then. My location did it for me. Isn't that cool? I glanced at Jeremy, heat climbing up my face. I had to sound like such a country bumpkin with my accent, lack of knowledge on the app, and coming from a town smaller than him. Snoqualmie was small, but it was just outside of Seattle and Tacoma, which were only small if you compared them to Los Angeles or New York. Are you from Snoqualmie? If I could redirect the attention onto him, things might be a bit more comfortable for me. He merged onto the highway, dealing with traffic I'd never seen the like of. Actually, I live in North Bend. It's about a stone's throw from Snoqualmie, though. On the site, it kept saying North Bend wasn't a city. I couldn't put it as my place of residence on my profile. I apologize for not being completely honest. The freeway didn't look like I expected. Green trees, green grass, green everything towered above the roadway. Washington cared more about keeping nature mixed in with things. If that was the mentality of the majority of the state, I wasn't going to miss Arkansas much at all. I'd never experienced so much humidity in the air with a taste of salt. I would have liked a glimpse of the ocean before we headed inland. I've never seen the ocean. I blurted it out wistfully, and then glanced at him with a shy smile. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. He rested his hands on the lower curve of the steering wheel and leaned back on the seat. Relief washed over his face, and his smile didn't seem forced. Whew, I'm glad you're nervous. I'm over here trying not to sweat through this shirt. Girl as pretty as you. I'm just certain you're going to ask to go back to the airport. I'm not sure how I lucked out. That's so sweet. Thank you. His charming comments endeared me easily toward him, and if things continued the way they were, he would be a much better choice than Larry. We drove along the highway headed towards Snoqualmie and North Bend. I hope it's okay with you. I need to stop and get some supplies at the store. Do you need anything? I wouldn't know until I had been in his house and looked through his kitchen. I didn't even know if he liked to cook, or if I would be able to have the traditional role of cooker and cleaner and whatever else I wanted to do. There were so many things that weren't quite defined between us. I wasn't sure where to go. Shaking my head, I shifted on the seat. Not that I know of yet. I'm not sure. He reached out and patted my hand, sitting on the seat between us. Don't worry. You and I have lots to figure out. We just need to focus on the first 6 months. Let's survive that and then see where we want to go after. I'm pretty easygoing, and I've been waiting for a match for a while. I'll do what I can to make it work. If you have any questions or any problems or whatever, I hope you feel comfortable talking to me. He was sweet, considerate, and a heck of a lot cuter than his pictures had let on. I would not mind spending at least 6 months with that man, and maybe even kissing him. The direction my thoughts took sent an embarrassed chill through me. What if he knew what I was thinking? He couldn't read my mind, but that didn't mean anything. Thankfully, I hadn't had to marry Larry. Larry and Mary. They rhymed. I tried not to giggle, but a bubble of mirth escaped my lips. I glanced out the window as I covered my mouth with my fingers. Fatigue was finally getting to me. He didn't notice as he looked out the window to turn into Issaquah. Set up around the highway, the town had a quaint feel that rivaled Blackberry, Arkansas, with people ambling along the sidewalks and storefronts, advertising their latest sales. The drive didn't take as long as I thought it would as we rose up into the mountains. He pulled into a Fred Meyer's marketplace and parked the loud, rumbly truck. "You want to come with me?" He turned off the engine and rested his hand on the top of his thigh. Of course. I set my things on the floor under my seat. I didn't need my camera stolen. I opened my door to climb from the rig. Surprisingly, he was already there offering me his hand. A true gentleman. Wow, I couldn't wait to tell Liz she'd matched me up with a gentleman. I walked beside him into the store, trying to match his lengthy, slow gait. For as slow as he walked, he ate up a lot of ground quickly. I wasn't as tall as he was, and I could feel it. He grabbed a cart and put his hand on the small of my back as we walked into the store. The touch was both calming and territorial. I had no problem with either. He leaned his head close to me. "I was thinking of getting some beef tips and asparagus for dinner tonight. Do you eat meat?" He looked at me with his eyebrows raised, as if challenging who I was as a person. "I'm from Arkansas. I eat anything that moves." I snickered at my joke, which was really more like the Larry and Mary rhyme in the truck than I wanted to admit. He chuckled in response, but stopped short as he looked past my shoulder. Jeremy's whisper sent a shiver down my neck. "I'm really sorry about this." A pit inside my stomach hardened. What was this? Was I going to turn around and see an ex-girlfriend or an ex-wife? I didn't know anything about him. What had I gotten myself into? What did he have to be sorry about? Slowly I turned, keeping my face neutral and hoping I didn't have resting witch face. The older woman behind me didn't seem threatening in the least, with her highlighted brunette haircut in a simple bob just at her shoulders, and her makeup carefully applied to look almost natural. She could have been a female version of Jeremy, with green eyes instead of brown. The juxtaposition of the coloring of her skin and her eyes was startling. She shot her magnificent gaze between Jeremy and me. I couldn't help but exclaim, "You have gorgeous eyes." The break in the ice brought a smile to her face. She held out her hand and took mine in the universal feminine handshake. Her low voice had a hoarseness to it that didn't detract from the lyrical quality. "Thank you. I'm Tammy Akers." She inclined her head towards Jeremy. "This rude boy is my son. He should have introduced us." "And you are?" Jeremy stepped in before I could fumble through my reply. "This is Alexandra Reeves, Mother. She's my wife." His mom didn't respond. If not for the freezing temperature of her smile and the subtle flare to her nostrils, I would think she hadn't heard him. She released my hand with all the politeness that I could tell had been bred in her. She looked between me and Jeremy, back and forth as if watching for some kind of reaction between the two of us. She could have been waiting for one of us to say something else, to explain. I gave in to the mounting tension and smiled. "I'm sure this is all very unorthodox. I'm excited to get to know you better. I'm excited to get to know Jeremy better." I laughed and was grateful for the small chuckle that Jeremy replied with. She arched a gracefully shaped eyebrow. "Yes, I'm sure." She stood there and watched us, gripping the small shopping basket in her hands. "I'm going to grab some asparagus, just 1 second." Jeremy turned towards the vegetables. I moved to follow him, but Tammy reached out with a stronger grip than I had expected and stopped me with her fingers on my elbow. "He's a big boy. He can pick out his own asparagus. You and I can chat." But something in her words told me she wanted more than a chat. I didn't have enough information for any questions she might have. Even with my technological experience, I had problems with the app. I didn't know what was going on or just how much Mrs. Akers knew already. What if she asked me personal questions? What if she decided she hated me and she didn't want me with her son? What if she didn't like me? My palms dampened, and I tried to keep my breathing controlled. Why had Jeremy left me to defend myself? Chapter 7. I looked after Jeremy in a mounting panic. He didn't go further than a few feet. He probably thought I was right behind him. Would I look pathetic if I called out to him for help? Mrs. Akers tapped my shoulder after she released my arm. I had enough customer service experience. I could handle her with kindness. She wasn't Mrs. Burton anyway. I faced her with a polite smile. Hopefully, my new mother-in-law wouldn't be half the dragon my almost one was. Alexandra, did you know Jeremy is trying to do a dude ranch? Did you know you were coming to be a part of that? Do you know anything about farms? She angled her jaw toward me and waited as if my answer would determine her very final opinion of me and how I fit with her son. I glanced at Jeremy again, who was asking the produce stalker about the asparagus. Mrs. Akers, I answered, I think anything is possible with hard work. New businesses can be hard, but I've started quite a few in the past, and if someone wants it bad enough... I trailed off as Jeremy rejoined us. Talking with Mrs. Akers hadn't been as bad as I'd expected, barring the fact that we hadn't had a long time to talk. She smiled with a peculiar twist to her lips in my direction, but spoke to Jeremy. Sounds like you married a real winner, Jeremy. She has started a lot of businesses and wasn't fond of the hard work. It doesn't sound like she thinks you'll be able to do your dude ranch. She tilted her head to the side with a sympathetic smile directed toward Jeremy this time. Not seemingly alarmed, Jeremy glanced at me quizzically. She doesn't know me yet. I don't usually fail, Mom. He patted her arm. His mother pressed a hand to her chest and reared back. Well, I know that. But she doesn't, and I just wanted to make sure you were aware of what you're doing. She glanced at me again, and then spoke as if she didn't want me to hear. I told you, marrying someone you don't know was foolhardy. You don't know anything about each other. As if I wasn't there, they continued to speak around me. I set my jaw to the side and tried not to let my fatigue exacerbate the irritation. The last thing I needed was to start a fight with my new mother-in-law simply because she wasn't getting the information right. I waited until there was a comfortable break in their dialogue before jumping in. Actually, I didn't say anything about you not being able to do your business. I said if you want it bad enough, you'll do great. As if I'd slapped her, Mrs. Akers snapped upright with her elbows pulled in tight and a grimace on her face. She arched another eyebrow and sneered down the end of her nose. I'm not going to tolerate being called a liar, Missy. I spluttered from where I stood, folding my arms together at my waist. Jeremy held up a hand and shook his head. Mom, it's okay. I'll call you later. We're heading to the house right now. Jeremy reached out and half-hugged his mother, effectively cutting off her mounting and illogical tirade. I clamped my teeth shut and didn't speak as I followed beside him. He wheeled the cart down a different aisle and put enough distance between us and her that I finally felt I could speak. I'm sorry. I really didn't say that. I wasn't trying to call her a liar either. I just don't... You and I don't know each other yet. I don't think we need more stress this early in the game. Plus, the garbage I'd left behind didn't need to follow me clear to Washington. Not for the first time. I worried about my choice to come. Had I done the right thing? I'd left everything and gone there, hoping for better, and the fight with his mother didn't sit well with me. I didn't want to fight with my new family, especially when the ties to my old family had been cut off by my choice. Jeremy stopped the cart beside the Chinese section and looked at me bemused. She's harmless. Don't listen to everything she says. Sometimes she gets ahead of herself, and I've learned to just take it and let it roll off, like rain. But what happened when it soaked in? Jeremy smiled at me, reaching out to take my hand and squeeze it like it was the most natural thing to touch me. I'd never experienced that level of touching with Larry in the whole 3 years we were together. My ex-fiancé had always been so formal and kissed my cheek or forehead. I'd never even kissed Larry on the mouth. The last couple years since moving home had been chaster than high school, and I was starved for affection. Leaning into Jeremy's touch wasn't obvious, was it? Even if it was, I didn't care. I didn't want to pull away from him. Shopping passed in a daze. Hopefully, I didn't do anything to embarrass myself. At least we didn't run into his mother again. That wasn't an encounter I was looking forward to again. Chapter 8. We reached the drive to his place shortly after 6. I opened my camera bag and pulled out my Sony A7R2. The camera did everything but rub my shoulders. I'd spent an entire month's worth of wages on the camera when I'd started event planning. The light was perfect, not direct sunlight and not dark. I zoomed in with the barn in the forefront, the sunset painting the background behind it. I'd never seen such a picturesque landscape before. Arkansas was gorgeous, but there seemed to be something weird in the way the sun reflected off the green there. Maybe it was just something I'd grown up with, so I took it for granted. I silently promised myself I wouldn't take Washington for granted. I couldn't. Jeremy parked his truck in front of the old barn with its faded wood and dark hinges. Small cracks split the boards making up the siding, and the spider veins added texture for the light to crawl into. He leaned against the driver's side door and watched me, resting an arm across the back of the seats. Tapping a finger on the upper edge of the steering wheel, he looked at me inquisitively with those hypnotic eyes. "Before you came here, what did you do?" I lowered my camera and looked down at my hands. That's a loaded question. I worked with my parents at their family-owned businesses. Before that, I was an event planner, and I've always wanted to do that. I really enjoy photography. So that was something I wanted to somehow incorporate into planning. I bit my lip. What would he think? My parents had always tisked at my dreams, and Larry had waved them aside and said they didn't matter when we would have children for me to raise. Like I would do that on my own, and once it was done, I would have nothing more to do with my life. His eyes widened at my list of interests. "It sounds like you have a lot of different talents. Actually, it sounds like you had quite the life in Arkansas. Why did you want to get married online?" The soft smile on his face suggested he really did want to know. His interest plagued me, and I couldn't believe he wanted to know the true answers. I'm still trying to figure that out. I reached up and twirled a chunk of my hair. "Why did you want to get married online?" He wasn't the only one with questions. "Because I don't have time to date. You met my mom. I live in a small town, and if people know me, they know my mother. Plus, no one wants to stay here or be here after they grow up." He motioned towards the land around us that led up to the back of a tree-covered ridge. "I grew up in town, but every time I would come out this way to work, I would stare at it and imagine myself here and what I would do with it. This place was my dream. This place and a family." He continued, as if he finally had someone who could hear him. "I always loved it growing up. I remember telling one of my friends when I was younger that I would own this place one day. When the owners died and the place went up for auction, I bought it." Jeremy adjusted his hat. "I didn't know what else to do with it other than just own it because I had a job. But soon after I bought the land, I lost my job as a manager in Tacoma. That was last year. I've been trying to make this place work ever since. I've been on Click and Wed for almost as long. 2 cycles so far." He ended on a laugh. "To be honest, I never thought I would find a partner. Had me worried that I wasn't compatible with anyone." I considered his strong features and his capable hands. He was sweet and gentlemanly, and he didn't treat others like a jerk. "I'm surprised you weren't matched immediately." I spoke from the heart. I really was surprised. He looked at me, tenderness in his gaze. "Thank you for saying that. My mom thought it was stupid." He shrugged. "What does she know, right?" Jeremy turned, shifting on his seat so that he faced me, resting his knee on the cushion. He leaned over closer to me. We hadn't gotten out of the truck, and I couldn't figure out why. He narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Can I ask you a question?" I smiled softly, the immediate intimacy in the cab of the truck something I didn't want to leave. Sure. Well, I'm running out of severance, and I want to make this place a dude ranch. It sounds like you've done some businesses with your family. Your profile talked about your degree with a minor in business. Do you think this is a good area for what I'm planning? I'm hitting all the stumbling blocks. I haven't hit one success milestone. The intensity of his gaze was intoxicating. I had to really focus on our topic, so I didn't sound like an idiot when I tried to answer him. He was so dang distracting. Glancing around, I absorbed as much of the general proximity around us that I could. The house stood back from the drive and the barn, almost as an afterthought. While that didn't mean it didn't fit in with the landscape, or even look as gorgeous as the rest of the surroundings, it didn't have a front and center feel that most dude ranches had. Not to mention, the house didn't look big enough to house multiple people at once, like a small hotel or bed and breakfast. Trees lined the drive past the house and along the split rail fencing that disappeared into a sea of green off to the west. The long branches spread out like welcoming arms with thick trunks that held their height and weight with stalwart strength. While the barn was beautiful and had its own personality quirks that increased its intrigue, it wasn't a place that inspired much faith in activities. There were no pens for rider training or even any signs of horses or other livestock. Overall, it looked more like a three-dimensional setting for terrific memories. I faced him, confident in my advice. I knew what would sell and what wouldn't. One of the things I could do, because of my artistic eye and the business training I'd had, was reading markets. This doesn't really look like the dude ranches I've read about. This would be a great place for, His phone rang, shattering our conversation. Jeremy looked away from me to inspect the screen, and then he swiped to answer. Sorry, just a sec. He held up a finger. Hi, Mom. We just saw you. Is everything okay? Looking out the windshield at the barn door, he focused intently on the conversation. I wasn't sure what to think of the fact that his mom called after we just saw her, or the fact that he'd interrupted a conversation with me to talk to her. I'm not sure. Let me ask her. Well, I think that would be polite of me to ask her since she just got here. Yeah, I understand. Okay, just a minute. Jeremy lowered the phone and glanced at me. He shook his head. My mom wants to come for dinner. Are you okay with that? I glanced at the phone in his hand, still glowing with the active call. She could hear me. She could hear him asking. What was I going to say? No. Shrugging, I still wasn't sure what I thought of her, but it wouldn't be that bad having her for dinner, right? Of course. He grinned his approval at me, and a small part of me melted. Probably the people-pleaser portion, or maybe the part that was desperately attracted to him. He returned to the phone. Yes, I'll let her know. They hung up and he turned to me, lowering the phone again. My mom wants stroganoff with cream of mushroom soup. His tone was apologetic as he shook his head. He reached for the door handle to continue talking to me. I'm really sorry. I know it's inconvenient. It's your first night and everything. But she's all alone except for a sister down in Southern California. I'm all she has. He pushed open the door and slid from the truck. If anyone understood single-child guilt, it was me. I clambered from the truck as well, grabbing the bags I had by my feet. Jeremy joined me and took the bags from my hands. Our fingers touched, and I swear there was a new awakening of my nerves. The sunset lit up the sky behind him with oranges, blues, and purples. Do you want to see the house? He hefted my two other bags from the bed of the truck and motioned toward the front porch with a slant of his head. Of course, I wanted to see the house. All I had been able to focus on was the beautiful landscape and the barns. The home would be even better. I couldn't wait to see where I would be living for the next 6 months. We didn't pick up our conversation about what I thought would be better for his land. If I was going to have any kind of a future there with him, I definitely didn't want to see him wasting the ranch's potential by catering to a non-existent market for dude ranches when we could market to a different, more in-demand client base. I would have to table our conversation, at least until his mom left. Chapter 9. Jeremy lingered with me in the kitchen as I made dinner. He stashed the steak tips and asparagus in the fridge, winking at me as he did so. We'll save those for dinner tomorrow night, when it's just you and I. He pulled out the ingredients for stroganoff. Mrs. Akers would be there in an hour, and that wasn't very much time to make a casserole dish like she wanted. Thankfully, he had ingredients for salad and French bread on hand. The man's pantry was impressive. He chopped while I stirred. It was an amicable silence for the most part, and I welcomed it. I was tired, and I didn't feel like dwelling in uncomfortable conversation. Gratitude, for the moment, compelled me to tell my husband that I appreciated the kind of silence we could share that wasn't filled with unnecessary talking. Jeremy, I just want to tell you, Minus. The front door opened, followed by the sound of an intrusive, "Hello!" I had only met his mother the one time, but her voice was already recognizable. I stared at the thickening sauce as it stuck to noodles and ground meat and practiced my smile of tolerance. Hopefully, it looked more like one of joy and hospitality. It wasn't that I didn't like her. I didn't even know her. I just felt like she was being more involved and controlling than she needed to be. We had just met that day. Her son and I. My husband and I. She couldn't respect boundaries and made sure to implicate herself in the middle of our first evening together. Her actions were a little too similar to Mrs. Burton's, and that fact gave me the heebie-jeebies. In here, Jeremy scooped a handful of chopped carrots into the salad bowl. He bent his head when she approached and kissed her cheek. "Hey, Mom, how was your drive?" "It's not a long drive, Jeremy. You know how fast it is to get here." She playfully slapped his arm and poked her head towards the salad. She didn't look at me or acknowledge I was there. Was it some kind of game? I was too tired to play anything like that, and I didn't appreciate being ignored. The salmon pink of her sweater complemented the cream button-up shirt she wore beneath it. Rose gold jewelry graced her fingers and wrist. She didn't wear a necklace, but hoops framed her face. I couldn't tell if she was trying to be younger or if it was some kind of Princess Diana fashion. I continued glancing over at them from my position in front of the stove, in case she acknowledged me. I didn't want to be rude, but each time I glanced up to find her busily ignoring me, my smile became a little more plastic. "What are you making? It looks very colorful." She reached in and grabbed out a small cherry tomato from the bowl in front of Jeremy. "Salad to go with the stroganoff you requested." He added sliced cucumber to the salad and grabbed the bowl to place it on the table just outside of the large kitchen. She sniffed the air. "I don't smell stroganoff." She finally glanced at me and then jerked to the side like she had been served a fright. "Oh my goodness, Alexandra, why didn't you say anything? I didn't see you." I couldn't tell if her comment was genuine or if she was trying to say that I was not noteworthy, or worse, if she was blaming it on me. I couldn't be sure. I'd never understood people like that. I had gotten the same type of comments from Mrs. Burton when she had deigned to speak to me directly. Was I in some kind of warped circle of circumstance that I couldn't escape? Jeremy said you wanted to have the cream of mushroom stroganoff. He even gave me a recipe to make sure I did it the way you like it. I stirred a little slower, but harder in the pan, pressing on the stainless steel bottom with more force than I probably needed. Whether I needed to or not wasn't the point. The pressure made me feel better since I wanted to throw something. "Oh, yes, my recipe is one of the best. I'm not sure why I didn't smell it then. I might be coming down with something. It's so unlike me." She simpered at me, and when Jeremy walked back into view, her smile brightened and she focused her gaze on him. "Why don't you show me that fence you were working on yesterday? I would love to see it." She glanced at me and her smile became as plastic as mine. "Alexandra, you don't mind finishing up, do you? We'll be back in just a few minutes." How could they even see anything with the sun down? I guess it wasn't completely true. The sun was down, but the light hadn't disappeared yet. It was the fine time of dusk, where the light worked on dimming to let the world sleep. I clenched my hand at my side, the one that was closest to the stove, out of view. Glancing from her to the unsuspecting Jeremy, I nodded shortly. "I would love to. I'll get everything else on and start when it's ready." That was as veiled as I got by telling them I wouldn't wait. To say I was hungry would be an understatement. I'd been running and going all day and hadn't taken the time to eat a solid sit down meal. I wasn't waiting because Mrs. Akers was rude. Her eyes pierced mine as if she understood the challenge had been taken up. She nodded and pulled Jeremy outside. He didn't sense anything was wrong, so he went willingly. And why wouldn't he? His mother and I had passive-aggressively just fought the women's version of a peeing contest, and I wasn't sure who had won. I finished up the casserole and placed it in the oven for the 20 minutes that the recipe required. I slumped onto the stool at the island in the kitchen and leaned forward to rest my face in my arms. Exhaustion from my busy day caught up to me. I wasn't sure if I was happier where I was or if it had been a parallel move. In no uncertain terms, nothing was what I had expected. My phone buzzed at my hip again, and I pulled it out. I still hadn't addressed the text messages or emails, but the familiar flashing red heart encased in a dialogue bubble didn't demand that I turn to my text messages. In fact, it asked if I was ready for my first step. Step? What had Elizabeth gotten me into? I had to go through a program? 12 steps to a successful marriage? I pushed yes out of sheer curiosity, and because Elizabeth had demanded I do what the app wanted. A fun little red box popped up with white and black letters. Congratulations on making it to your destination. To help you and your new spouse get to know one another, please complete this first step. You will have 3 nights to answer all the questions in the survey and take a picture of yourselves completing it together. Selfies work great, so use the camera in the app. Any questions? Please push the help icon. A survey. Was his mother going to try to take it with us? As I pulled the casserole out of the oven, the front door opened and Jeremy and his mother returned. If I didn't know better, I would think she timed it. But I didn't really know better. She could have timed it. It was her recipe after all. It didn't matter. I pasted on my happy-to-see-them face and placed the casserole dish in the center of the table on a hot pad. Look at you guys. Just in time. I just pulled it out of the oven. Are we ready to eat? Jeremy held the seat for his mom, and I returned to the kitchen to get serving spoons. When I returned, Jeremy stood holding a chair for me, too. I blushed, having never experienced that before. Gentlemen weren't exactly rare in Arkansas. They were just rare in the circle I had lived with. I sat down and scooted forward as he pushed the chair in for me. He touched my shoulder and smiled when I glanced up at him. He could be affectionate, even with his mother there. Maybe the relationship wasn't so bad after all. Tammy reached for the spoon and spoke as she dished her plate. So, you guys are married, but I don't know anything about how you met or anything. She waved a spoon in the air in a circle and shook her head. I know you met online, but I don't know the story you're going to tell people. Jeremy's chuckle warmed me. He scooped salad onto his plate and offered me a piece from the loaf of buttery garlic bread. We met at the airport today. She was a beautiful set of legs I saw first. He winked at me, a habit I was fast growing fond of, and then added, I was hoping it was her when I saw her. Kind of recognized her from her photos, but the profile pictures weren't very clear. I'm glad it was you. He spoke to me like we were the only two in the room. Heat flooded my face again. The man was getting good at embarrassing me, but not in a bad way. Well, that is going to be something interesting to tell your children, if it works out. She smiled and took a bite of the stroganoff. Alexandra, you and I are going to have to go back into the kitchen at some point, so I can teach you how to make this the right way. I reached for the dish Jeremy slid to me on the hot pad and scooped stroganoff onto my plate. I hadn't had a chance to try it, but it smelled delicious. I had a hard time believing it was worth saying I needed cooking lessons over. Jeremy didn't say anything, so I stayed silent as well. Staying silent wasn't a problem, since the mother-in-law didn't direct any of the conversation towards me. I was fast understanding the stereotype tied to the title. The few times Jeremy tried to direct the topic around to where I could join, she changed routes and went another way, usually talking about people I had no knowledge of, or things that were strictly North Bend related. I'd finished my dinner and sat there for a moment in silence while they spoke. Taking the spare time to revel in my full belly and the comfortable home I was in, I looked around. The home was an open style I'd seen in the older neighborhoods back home. like a California split level, but on a larger scale. The front door opened to the front room, which was decked out like a living room with couches and a television. Red and white braided oval rugs lit up the room, which was decorated in dark blues and browns. Dark brown curtains hung from the ceiling to the floor. Tiny red stripes elongated their effect. Framed photos of a younger Mrs. Akers with a man and a very young boy who still stood ahead over his parents graced the walls in various poses and settings. I recognized the work of various amateur photographers in many of them, and in a rare few, well staged pictures that could have been considered art. The living room was open and led the way to the dining area, which separated the living room from the kitchen, which was only half walled off from the rest of the bottom level. A split staircase was located further back, past the kitchen. My room would be up or down. I was so tired I couldn't wait. After a few minutes of more conversation I wasn't included in, I stood. "Excuse me." I cleared my plate as well as a few of the items on the table. They continued talking around me, like a waitress or a busgirl, which made my decision to not stay inside that much easier to make. The soft gray lavender glow to the sky would be the perfect lighting for some of the flowers that framed the sides of the barn. Jeremy and his mom didn't need me while they spoke and visited. Plus, his mom had made it abundantly clear I wasn't welcome. I was just an extra wheel. About an hour passed, and I was just beginning to work on some night shots when Jeremy joined me by the barn doors. He slowed his steps and came to a stop beside the building, leaning against it while he perused me. "Are you okay?" I smiled at him and finished my shot. "Yes, taking pictures is an outlet. Did your mom leave already?" I stood from my crouch beside the dark Spanish moss, mixed with the vibrant Irish moss. A single white flower bloomed amongst the color changes, and I'd focused in for a petal shot. Once I edited it, I would add a color filter to give it a pink saturation. I could see it in my mind, and it left me excited. He glanced over my shoulder and nodded at my question. "Yeah, she was pretty upset that she didn't get a chance to know you. Why did you leave?" Jeremy seemed sincerely confused, which didn't help me with my confusion. "You're kidding, right?" I said it with a laugh, but I was flabbergasted he hadn't picked up that I was not included, and I was too tired to sit there and listen to them drone on about things I didn't care about. Maybe it was selfish of me, but I really just wanted a chance to get to know my new husband. Also, I was tired, and my room and where I would be staying had not been set up yet. His brow furrowed beneath thick, black as the night sky hair. He'd left his hat inside, and his good looks were enhanced in the dim lighting. He'd be amazing to photograph with the lines of his face and the brooding tilt to his eyes. Jeremy lifted his hand toward me and then dropped it. "I don't want to fight. It's your first night here. I wanted to spend some time together, get to know each other." He pointed toward the house. "It's not too late. We could have some ice cream and watch a movie or talk." His tone was hopeful, but I couldn't let go of the fact that his mom had turned it around onto me again, making me look rude when that hadn't been the case at all. And he hadn't recognized it. His suggestion reminded me of the first step we were supposed to complete, but I didn't feel like doing it that night. I shook my head. "I need to wait until tomorrow. I'm tired from traveling all day and my time zones are messed up." "Can you tell me where my room is?" I tucked my camera into its bag and slung it over my shoulder. I moved towards the house and he followed, his hands in his pockets. The cooling temperatures seemed colder since my refusal and the end of the evening with his mother. Goosebumps covered my arms. He didn't answer, and I didn't ask again until we got into the warm house, which had lingering aromas of stroganoff and garlic in the air. I turned to him and tried to hold my impatience in check. "Which room is mine?" He stood by the front door, guarding my luggage as if I might run. "Well?" He ran his hand through his hair, and I had the crazy thought that I would like to try that as well. His weird avoidance of the question threw me for a loop. I just wanted a place to sleep and refresh. "I have a room, right?" I half laughed, as if the idea of my not having a room was absurd. Hadn't he said he'd had the profile up on Click and Wed for about a year? One would think that was plenty of time to prepare for a wife. His face flushed red. Well, I figured since we're married. He cleared his throat and dropped his hand. I thought we would share a room. I held up my hand and blinked hard. Twice. Number. We don't even know each other. I want my own place to sleep. Or I'll take the couch. He took in my resolution that I wasn't messing around and nodded his head slowly, as if nervous I might explode. I don't have anything set up right now because I've been trying to make rooms for the ranch, and they're not furnished. I can work on that. I'll work on that. I'll take the couch if you would rather sleep in the bedroom. I couldn't look him in the face. I was too frustrated. Number, I'll take the couch. Thanks. I looked to the side and stared at my luggage. I didn't want to look around his house. I just wanted him to go. The whole day was turning into a frustrating mess, and I just needed to sleep. He didn't move, so I reached around him and grabbed the majority of my bags to drag them towards the well-padded furniture. I claimed a seat on the soft cushions. Tucking my hands beneath my thighs, I stared at the floor. Would he pick up my not-so-subtle hint? He finally read me correctly and left the room. I was so upset, but I couldn't cry. I had done this to myself. This was what happened when I made my own choices. Usually, Elizabeth's ideas turned out great, but this wasn't one of those times. I was so miserable, I almost wouldn't mind the mindlessness of being married to Larry. Lonely, I longed to talk to my friend. Hopefully, she wouldn't be too busy. I pulled out my phone and called Liz. If I were lucky, she wouldn't be sleeping, but she kept early hours. She answered on the third ring, the sound of a table saw winding down in the background. Please, tell me that you have slipped off into the bathroom to sneak a call because you are having such a good time. You're desperately in love already. The laughter in her voice made my homesickness a tangible thing, one I could almost wrap my hand around. I tried not to cry as I answered her. I went from Larry to Larry, I sighed, resting my head in my hand. Seriously, it's the same thing. His mother controls everything, and he thinks I'm the bad guy. You just met him. Trust me, you're compatible. I took that test for you. He's perfect for you. I was more honest than you would have been. I paid for you to do this. Don't cost me already, okay? She must have been working all day. She was never frustrated with me unless she was tired from work. Yeah, you mentioned that before. How much did you pay? I'll pay you back. I just wanted to do something else. I didn't want to be stuck in this relationship if nothing was going to go anywhere. I could pay her back and get out of there. I was already trying to figure out how fast I could transfer the money. It didn't matter how attracted to Jeremy I was, if I couldn't be happy. I paid $2,000. Her words were matter-of-fact but hesitant, like she knew just how absurd the amount was. I blinked at the coffee table. Once, twice, 5 times. Dragging in a deep breath, I shook my head a touch. I'm sorry. It sounded like you said you paid $2,000? For me to do this? Are you serious? I would never have agreed. If I'd known how much it had cost to buy me a husband I knew nothing about. It's nothing. Just give it a shot. I paid the money. It's only 6 months. It gets you away from your family and from Larry. If nothing else, treat it like a vacation. Come up with a plan for after and consider it a break. How's that sound? She usually led me around to me coming up with my own plan. The fact that she was coming up with one for me was telling. She needed to get off the phone. I covered my eyes with my free hand and took a shaky breath. Yeah, okay. I'm paying you back, though. This is ridiculous. The amount was staggering. I had about $5,000 in savings, but that wouldn't get me far if I had to leave. I would somehow need to find a way to add to my savings, especially if I needed to pay her back that obscene amount of money. My camera would get me that much if I sold it. Would I be forced to sell my A7R? She hummed and then ignored my ridiculous comment. Sleep good. Everything will look better in the morning. Easy for her to say. We hung up and I shook my head. Was she kidding? I would never be able to pay that back. Chapter 10. Tossing and turning on the deceptively comfortable looking couch, I didn't sleep much. All night, my emotions fluctuated between churlish that I was acting so selfish and upset because it honestly seemed like I'd gone from one Burton to another. Talking to Elizabeth hadn't made me feel better. Instead, I'd been left to feel guilty that she'd spent so much money to get me where I was, and there I'd gone and called her to complain. I pulled the blanket up over my shoulder. I'd slipped into the main level bathroom, just past the kitchen and before the stairs, after I'd hung up with Liz. Jeremy had placed blankets and bedding with a fresh, clean pillow on the couch. He'd disappeared before I returned. The fact that he felt he needed to dodge me didn't make me feel any better. Why did he feel like he couldn't talk to me? I wasn't keeping anything hidden. I couldn't. Too many things had gone unsaid between Larry and me for too long for me to allow that to happen between Jeremy and me. Even if we weren't a permanent couple, that didn't mean I had to continue the toxic relationship habits I'd had with my old life. Break the habit now, before I went any further. Wasn't that what all this was about? Thinking about what I'd left behind filled me with melancholy. What had I done? I'd come all that way to be manipulated and connived by a different Mrs. Burton when all I'd wanted was a family and husband that I could be myself with. Start over with. Someone that was picked to make me happy, not to make someone else happy or meet someone else's goals. But nope, I couldn't even get a few peaceful minutes with my husband before we started fighting about his mother. I'd fought with Larry about his mother too, but mostly how he treated her, even though she hadn't been much better than Mrs. Aker's. I lifted my hips and flopped to my side, facing the windows of the living room and the panoramic view from the bay windows. It wasn't like I'd done anything to deserve to be ignored. Maybe Mrs. Burton's aura had followed me, like she'd marked me as unworthy for in-laws to like. Looking out the window at the stars and the moonlight shafting across the porch, I was at least grateful for the beautiful view. At the rate I was going, I was never going to get to sleep. Jet lag would hold me in a fog all day. As the lavender sky stretched across the horizon, the dark blue and black of the night sky faded. It wasn't quite 5 a.m., and, if I hadn't gone to sleep yet, I wouldn't be getting any shut-eye that night. I pushed the blankets off my legs and stood from the couch. I hadn't worn more than a t-shirt and sweatpants that Elizabeth had packed for me. In fact, as I had rummaged through my bag the night before, a lot of the items had changed from what I'd packed for my honeymoon in the Bahamas. None of the swimwear or beachwear was in my larger luggage. She had wrapped those things in a grocery bag and shoved it in the corner of the bag she marked with a post-it, "Don't need." I had chuckled when I found the shirt that matched one of hers. It was green and had a large 3-leaf clover on it with a picture of a leprechaun. On the back, it said, "I might not be Irish, but you can still kiss me." We each had bought one a few years ago for fun. The shirt was the only item out of everything that I brought that had made me feel better about my situation. I wore it to bed. My luggage was tucked underneath the coffee table. I didn't have to be the cleanest person in the world to want to keep things organized. I stood and folded the sheets that I had slept in on the couch. Then I stacked everything neatly on the last cushion. As far as I was concerned, I was tidying up my new bedroom. I wasn't sure how I should act around my husband. Such a weird word when I really didn't even know the guy. I was getting to know his mother, though. Maybe we needed a do-over. I'm sure he wouldn't be awake for a few hours, since I was still on Arkansas time, and usually working at a restaurant only had me getting up earlier than most people. That's what I would do. I would shove everything off and start over. Because, with the way I was tired and overstressed yesterday, and overwhelmed with the move, it only made sense that I couldn't see things through my normal, optimistic point of view. I would make breakfast. That could be my peace offering. Suddenly, I was excited. It was like maybe this wasn't just a new day. Maybe this was a chance that we had to start fresh. Yesterday would just have to be something that we rubbed off our relationship timeline. In the kitchen, I took a chance to study the layout. I'd been rushed through making dinner and didn't have an opportunity to familiarize myself with its contents. My mother's kitchen had been long and domineering. She had used colors like black and white with red apples to accentuate things. The contrasting colors of the white and black made for an austere environment. It was one that she lorded over quite well. But standing in Jeremy's kitchen, or rather my kitchen too, for the next 6 months at least, I felt warm and invited, welcomed. The latter was the most important. Hardwood counters that had been finished and polished with finely applied oil led up to a seamless ceramic sink with triple basins. An island with stools commandeered the center of the kitchen, which was actually more of a large triangle with a breakfast nook, sitting like a well-lit closet off to the side. The seating was under a beautiful skylight window, with plants hanging underneath it. I had noticed Jeremy's landscaping around the house, and barn held more plants than I think all of my mom's restaurants and home did. The beds were well tended with no weeds and fresh mulch. My husband must have a green thumb. The white double-door fridge stood over me, and when I opened the panels to peek inside, I was surprised at the wide variety of foods to choose from. Jeremy kept a well-stocked pantry, and I was impressed, which wasn't an easy thing to do. From the many options, I chose standard breakfast fare of hash browns, bacon, eggs, and toast. I knew how to cook, which was one thing I learned from working in restaurants with my mother. Thankfully, Jeremy had cast iron cookware and it was seasoned perfectly. I pulled them out and prepared breakfast. As the hash browns sizzled, I got the bacon ready and cracked the eggs in for a ham and cheese style omelet, minus the ham. If I called them ham and cheese omelets minus the ham, they would still be fancy. Eggs and cheese just didn't seem quite as nice to me. I chuckled as I thought of putting a label beside them to read, ham and cheese omelets, minus the ham. Was his sense of humor like mine? I wasn't a huge coffee drinker, so I dug around looking for tea. He didn't even have that. No tea, no coffee, no hot cocoa. He did have plenty of milk. Maybe he would take me to the store so I could get some tea. I liked to start my day with a warm cup of herbal chocolate and orange from Stash. Standing at the sink, I leaned against it while I watched the birds playing outside the window. Everything was cooking, and I had nothing to do for a few moments. I welcomed the quiet of the morning. Normally, the sounds of bacon cooking were mingled with the sounds of cooks calling orders and scraping metal spatulas on the metal stovetops. From behind me, Jeremy cleared his throat. Jumping a touch, I turned, nervous. I hadn't realized how anxious I was until I was actually facing him. Good morning. He reached up and rubbed the back of his neck as his cheeks flushed. I'm sorry. I heard you on the phone last night for a little bit. I'm sorry. You're right. If nothing else, I need to at least try. It would be nice if we did things without my mom around. I'm going to suggest that she go visit her sister in Southern California for a while. She hasn't gone to see her in quite some time because she's worried about me. Since you're here, she won't have anything to worry about. I'll make the suggestion later today. Then we won't need to worry about her for a bit. He moved into the kitchen and studied me. My pettiness was suddenly forefront in my face. What was wrong with me that I wanted his mom to leave? I didn't know if I was supposed to be relieved or what, but I wasn't excited. I would get to know him, and then his mom would return, and we would be right back where we started. I don't need you to make your mom leave. I'm going to have to get used to her at some point. I'm just not sure that I need her to like me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like I don't need it. But if you need it, then she and I need to figure out a game plan. I picked up a small damp washcloth and twisted it in my hands. I didn't know how to do this honesty thing without hurting feelings or offending someone. It was hard to learn how when your mom pouted at anything you did that didn't correspond exactly with what she wanted. Jeremy stepped in front of me and took my hands in his, carefully taking the cloth from me and placing it on the counter beside the sink. Okay, but for the next couple weeks, let's focus on you and me and see if we're even worth the trouble. That way, we can decide if it's something that we want to deal with or if we just want to try to ride out the 6 months. He ducked his head to catch my gaze, his tenderness softening his eyes and the curve of his lips. Does that sound good? He was so considerate of my feelings. I couldn't believe that I'd been upset because I believed he didn't care how I felt. I nodded. What else was I going to do? Tell him I had nowhere to go, so I was planning on staying? At least for the 6 months, no matter what. I dished up breakfast and we sat at the table together. I didn't want to go into the breakfast nook yet. It was more of an intimate setting, and I wasn't quite sure about that at this point of our young relationship. As it was, I already felt like I had to be on my guard, especially since he had said we needed to work on him and me first. There was no him and me. I really wasn't even sure what I was doing there. Plus, I was a little gun shy after Mrs. Burton, and now Mrs. Akers. What was wrong with me? I was the common denominator. What was I doing wrong that was making these women be so defensive around me? It was so weird. Most parents of the men I dated and my girlfriends adored me before I'd moved back home. Unfortunately, I couldn't just ask them what I'd done. Although, if things didn't clear up with Jeremy's mom, I wouldn't hold back. Do you want children? His question came out of the silence as we ate breakfast. I glanced up, startled. Yeah, I do, actually. Maybe 4? It seems like a good number. I claimed a bite of hash browns mixed with ketchup. Did he want children? Was it safe to get to know him this early on? I was so new to all of this. I wasn't sure how to navigate the waters. I got a message on the app for this whole click and wed thing. We're supposed to take a questionnaire. Did you want to try and do that tonight, maybe over dinner? He winked and dashed some Tabasco sauce on his eggs. Minus my mom, of course. I laughed, pointing my fork at the cheesy eggs. I was going to tell you about the omelets. They're ham and cheese omelets, minus the ham. I scrunched my lips to the side, expecting him to boo my joke, but hoping against hope that he would get it. His laugh warmed me. Setting the Tabasco down, he picked up his fork and then met my gaze. Look at us. We already have something in common. The flood of emotion surprised me that he would try to find a way for us to have common ground, and not just leave it to me. A small inkling of hope that I'd been fighting filled my chest. If he could try, I could too. I'd have to drop my guard against him and getting hurt. Maybe we could develop a strong enough relationship even his mother couldn't break through. Yasepa. I realized I was reaching, but why not? Especially at the start of something so new. After we cleaned up breakfast, Jeremy stood by the door, his hand on the knob. I need to go out and check some horses and see if the pavilion frame is holding up to the wind. I was wondering if you wanted to go for a ride. That sounds fun. Where are we going? I dried my hands on a towel and moved to stand by the couch, or my bed, depending on which way you looked at it. Well, you said you like taking pictures, and you seem to focus on natural beauty. So I was thinking of taking you up to Snoqualmie Falls. It's not too far from here, but the sight is breathtaking. Maybe you could get some pictures. He chewed on his bottom lip as if offering to take me to a waterfall wasn't one of the most romantic things I'd ever heard of. I couldn't contain my excitement as I gave a half squeal and clapped my hands together. I didn't care that I looked utterly stupid. I was too overjoyed. Yes. Can I take a quick shower and grab my stuff? Things were already looking up. His smile at my reaction spread across his face and dissolved the worry that pinched his brows together. Take as long as you need. I'll just be down at the barn like I said. See you in a bit. He ducked out of the house and left me feeling more than excited. It really was turning out to be a new day. We parked in a large parking lot that was fairly empty, since it was the middle of the week, and early enough people would still be eating breakfast. Most of the cars we saw parked up by Salish Lodge, which overlooked the falls. Are you opposed to a hike, or would you rather just try to see it from the road? Jeremy glanced at me before shutting off the truck. Oh, a hike. Definitely. I didn't wait for him. I just hopped out of the truck and swung my camera bag onto my shoulder. The air was fresh and filled with pine and fir scents. I wanted to breathe it in for days and days. I didn't think I'd ever grow tired of the smells of Washington. At least, not where we were at. I walked beside Jeremy as we left the parking lot to head up to the falls. My camera bag swung softly at my side, hitting my waist every couple steps. We came to a rocky incline, and Jeremy reached out his hand, taking my fingers in his without a double thought. As my fingers entwined with his, I realized how natural it felt to touch him. The hike in wasn't hard as we followed the carefully railed trails down to the side of the circular lookout platforms. Metal rungs tight together kept people from falling the 268 feet down to the riverbed below. Rock outcroppings dotted the wide cavern that housed the river, and mist rose into the air from the twin falls. Green foliage intermixed with the outcroppings and leaves and branches overgrew the tops of the trail railings. We walked side by side, taking in the scenery, and every once in a while, I would lift my camera, pause, and take a shot of something or anything that grabbed my eye. Have you ever been married before? Your answer on the profile was more like not applicable. He matched my pace and walked beside me, softly swinging our hands between us when I wasn't shooting a picture. I looked at the trail ahead of us. Twisting my lips to the side, I tried to decide how much to tell him. Actually, I was engaged to be married. The day I clicked "I do" to marry you, I walked out of my wedding to him. How did that make me sound? I was a little biased on the whole thing, so I wasn't sure if I sounded more like a loser or more like I belonged in the loony bin. Jeremy stopped and gently grabbed my arm until I faced him and stopped as well. He squinted at me as if he hadn't heard right. What do you mean you left your wedding? I hadn't known him long enough to recognize judgment in his tone. The possibility scared me. I tried to avoid his charismatic gaze and looked everywhere. After a long, drawn-out 30 seconds of silence, I finally looked directly at him. Regret wasn't an option at that point, but guilt wasn't out of the picture. I walked out of my wedding. I had to work that morning, and I went into the church to get dressed. My best friend, Elizabeth, gave me this option. She made it so I could come here and give me a way to get out of there. I swiped at my suddenly moist cheeks and thrust my jaw to the side in a challenge to judge my choices or me. Larry, my ex, was nothing like you. Larry is a jerk. My mom wanted me to marry him. Dang it, the whole town wanted me to marry him. Shaking my head, I pulled my hand from his and turned to brace my arms on the scratched and faded railing. Our fathers were golfing buddies. Our moms manipulated so much together, and the tears started to come, and I realized I hadn't dealt with what I had chosen. Not completely. What would he think of me? It didn't matter. I was too far into my confession. I'd never spoken so forward with anyone but Liz, and the release was freeing. My mom said that if I didn't marry Larry, I would be disowned. And still, I left. It was that bad. I came here with nothing. I have some money, like I said, but I have no one. So, I'm not... Jeremy didn't let me finish. He pulled me into his warm arms and embraced me. It didn't have any expectations other than to give me comfort. His strong hold wrapped around me and held me close. His chest was broad, and his heart beat against my cheek. As if of their own volition, my arms went around his waist, and I locked my hands in place behind him. I welcomed the comfort he offered with a sort of desperation. He tore down another brick in my wall, and I wasn't sure what I would do once he'd ripped them all down. I could tell it was only a matter of time. He brushed at my hair with his fingers and murmured, "I'm sorry. It sounds like you escaped just in time. Why would you agree to marry him if you didn't want to?" I shook my head, but my cheek only moved against his shirt. I wasn't ready to pull away yet. The comfort he offered was more enticing than he knew. I'm a people pleaser. This has been hard because I need to take care of me. It's only me now. But I also have this horrible instinct to try to make sure other people are happy around me, or that they like me. That's why it's so hard for me to have your mom not like me. I pulled away and sniffed, embarrassed. Thank you. I'm sorry. Jeremy didn't back up. He held the short distance between us and lifted my chin softly with his finger. He gazed into my eyes, the dark brown of his captivating. You're not by yourself, Alex. I'm here for you. Even if we decide that we don't want to be together after the 6 months, at least you and I can be friends. I don't want you to think that you don't have anyone else to lean on. Are you trying to put us into the friend zone? I arched one eyebrow at him, uncomfortable with the seriousness of the moment. We hadn't even had a chance to date. I didn't want to jump into the friend zone. His slow smile triggered something in my gut. Why? Don't you want to be in the friend zone? I chuckled. I'm not sure what I want. It's an annoying trait of mine. He reached out and took my hand, tracing my palm with his thumb. Maybe one day you'll want me. The playful desire in his eyes and the mock pout to his lips drew a guffaw from me. My slight giggle softened my words. You're still not getting in my pants, even with your smooth one-liners. We both laughed, and Jeremy wrapped his arms around my shoulder. He leaned down. Warm air from his breath tickled my ear. Feel better? I nodded. How could I ever feel bad with his arms around me, and with him trying to make me feel good? Yeah, thanks. We reached the lookout and stopped. Breathing out in a sigh, I took in the magnificent scene before us. Wow, I've never seen anything so beautiful. Jeremy leaned forward and took my hand with his. The Snoqualmie Falls has a legend about how the moon came to be. Really? I leaned closer, watching the falls as they crashed into the pool below. The sound was thunderous but muted, and I didn't want to leave. Not yet. There were two sisters who came to this spot, and they stared at the stars. One night, they wished to marry the two stars they had focused on. They fell asleep and woke up in the land of the stars, and they were married to the two stars. One of the sisters had a baby, and his name was Salish for Moon. Jeremy glanced at me, threading his fingers with mine. Every day the sisters would go and dig bulbs. One of them discovered that if they dug deep enough, they could see this world again. Wow, I breathed, completely wrapped up in the story. They missed their family and home, so the other sister braided a rope that they used as a ladder. Once they returned to their families, they discovered they'd been missed. They created a swing that hung from the hole they'd dug to escape Starland. But one night, while they celebrated being returned, Dog Salmon came and stole Moon. Even though they looked for him for a long time, they didn't find him until he was old and had children of his own. Jeremy squeezed my fingers and then stood, opening his arms to encompass the whole of the cavern we could see. He came back after they were grown and created the falls. He moved closer to me, but faced away from the falls. I'll bring you back sometime at night, and we can look up at the moon from here together. I ducked my head at the blatant romantic gesture. Would I get used to it? I sure hoped it was something I had the chance to grow accustomed to. You don't think we're moving too fast with all the romance? I lifted my head and studied him. I hated to question him, but I was in uncharted territory, and I didn't have a map to help me find my way. Yeah? Jeremy reached up and tucked some of my hair back behind my ear. I figure we're married already, so I need to ramp up the romance to make up for the lack of courting you. He turned and faced the waterfalls, but didn't put distance between us. That is, if that's okay? If I agreed, I would lose another brick in the wall. Looking at the falls with his warmth beside me, I don't think that would be such a bad thing. Chapter 11. The ride home was pleasant, and not in one of those types of situations where you feel like you're hanging out with a friend. My attraction to Jeremy was sincere, and as we allowed ourselves to get closer to each other, I could see us with a more permanent setting to our relationship. We pulled up to his ranch and he parked. As we walked toward the house, he pointed towards the porch swing that I had missed my first day there. Do you want to sit with me for a bit? I would love that. And I would. Just to sit with him and be. I was enjoying our day together more than I thought I would. We closed the distance to the steps in seconds and reached the swing at the same time. He waited for me to sit before he sat down as well. Pushing off with his toes, he swung us back and forth, the movement soothing as we watched 3 hummingbirds whiz around the red feeder hanging from the post by the swing. The hum from their wings grew loud and then quiet as they buzzed around us. Those are ruby-throated hummingbirds. See? The males are the ones with the reddish necks. The ones without are females. He pointed out the neck of a smaller bird that paused long enough on the little perch of the feeder to sip the nectar inside. I add to that every day. They always drain it. Usually they're out here in the evenings the most. They're gorgeous. I'd seen hummingbirds before, but never in such close proximity. They're loud, aren't they? I didn't bother hiding my fascination with the tiny birds. He chuckled. Yeah, they have a tendency to move those little wings rather fast. We quieted and watched the birds for a few minutes. What are you planning to do with your dude ranch? Are you opening soon, or is it in its off season? I drew up both legs and sat Indian style on the swing. That way my feet wouldn't slow down the motion of his pushing. I watched him as he looked at the barn. His profile was like that of a cowboy from one of the old westerns. He didn't have his hat down low, but enough to cast shade on his face when he was in the sun. Thankfully, we were shaded at the moment from the porch covering. I've been open for over a year. Aker's Dude Ranch. He cast me a side glance and shook his head. I can't get it to take. I can't get any sales. I have plenty of bookings to show people what I can offer, but... His eyes widened, and he slapped his leg. Lovely. I have a showing in just a few days. I forgot all about it with the excitement of your arrival. He lifted his hand and rubbed his eyes. I don't know what to do different this time. They all say this isn't what they're looking for. I've done everything I can think of. I don't know what else they want from me. What can we do? Can I help you? I had more than enough experience running businesses, managing and planning things. As a photographer, I knew what to set up to make things more aesthetic and more appealing. I have a lot of experience with these things. You can use me. Let me help you. He considered me and my offer for a minute, as if I might be suggesting something he wasn't sure about. Finally, his face relaxed and he nodded. I would appreciate that more than you know. I'll take all the help I can get. I just don't want to lose this place. Which I could do if I don't start booking things. My severance is almost out. That was one thing I had never worried about with Larry. He always seemed to have more money than he knew what to do with. The worst thing was, he never needed me. I was expected to give up my dreams and stay at home, like a good wife. We can stage it. Can you walk me through what you're expecting to do with your business? I know a lot of dude ranches are like bed and breakfasts, but with a theme. I put the relationship questions on hold and redirected my attention on his business. He desperately needed to work. I had a plan that people would come here and ride horses, but I only have 2 horses, so there's nothing I can do there. They're really tame mares, too, so there's no horse training going on for people to come and see. I don't even have cows for milking. He leaned back, disappointment rich in the downward slant of his lips. I know, it's not a lot. I'm used to managing a company that's already developed. Starting one isn't something I have a lot of experience with. He hung his head as if he had a reason to be ashamed. Hey, don't be embarrassed. You're trying, which is more than most people can say. I'll do my best to help you out. I had more experience than he did, and that was a good thing for both of us. Where would I start? I always started with a business plan and a presence. Okay, so first off, do you have a business plan which includes a marketing plan and a web presence? The last is most important, so future customers can get information about you. His quizzical look made me consider. Like a website? Are you sticking with Aker's Dude Ranch? Is that all you'll consider? I tried not to cringe at the name. It was not a good name. His last name was great to use, and there were a lot of things he could do to play on the name Akers, but as it was, Aker's Dude Ranch was not appealing in any way. I don't know how to do all that, and I really don't have the money to invest in that part. He pushed the swing slower, no longer looking at the barn, but staring at the painted wood of the deck railing. Jeremy's shoulders slumped forward, as if defeated. What do you want to do with your life? He folded his hands in his lap and glanced at me, probably to re-divert the attention off himself. I'm really good at event planning and taking pictures. I told you this yesterday, but I would love to do something like that. Plan weddings, or maybe anniversaries, or bar mitzvahs. I don't know. I just know that event planning is one of my favorite things. Pulling all different types of aspects of it together into one really smooth day, making someone's memories. I glanced down at my knees and scrunched my nose. I glanced at him. I probably sound like a dreamer, right? He turned more to face me on the swing, drawing up one leg and continuing to push off the deck planks with his other. It's good to be a dreamer. My problem is, I don't know how to implement my dreams. Sounds like you have a lot of talents. He peered at me from under his lashes admiringly. Thank you. I hope I don't sound boastful. I know what I can do and what I can't. Those happen to be the things I'm good at. I chewed on the inner skin of my bottom lip. Wrapped up in the intimacy, I shared something with him I didn't share with anyone else. I love doing so many different things. I'm worried I'm not really good at anything, like I'm a dabbler or something. I peeked at him and hoped that I didn't see judgment on his face. He reached out and touched my shoulder, leaving his arm to rest on the back of the porch swing. You're good at a lot of things. It's nothing to be ashamed of or to hide. Some people aren't even good at one thing. I tilted my head and narrowed my eyes at him teasingly. I wasn't uncomfortable flirting with him, emboldened even by his comment by the falls. Thanks, that's really sweet, but you're not getting me to sleep with you. Jeremy reared back with a teasing look of mock horror on his face. I would never try to do that. He winked with a slow, suggestive speed which made me laugh even harder. It was nice to sit there with our walls down and get to know each other better. We still hadn't addressed the issue of his mother yet, but the day without her in the way was definitely a plus for Team Akers. Chapter 12. Our dinner of beef tips tossed in a sweet and sour pineapple sauce with a side of roasted asparagus tips and hollandaise smelled divine as we sat together. I'd plated the meal as carefully as possible on china he kept for special occasions. Jeremy had set the table with candles and cloth napkins and shiny silverware. He poured a bottle of red wine I didn't recognize, and we lifted our glasses to clink them carefully in the air between us. My husband's low voice brought the intimacy into finer focus. To us, and discovering each other. To us. I sipped my drink self-consciously as he did the same. Candlelight glowed softly on the tablecloth he'd left on from the night before, the lace design casting shadows where the decoration was. Wooden candelabras held thin white candles off the table, and they prodded into the air like towers from some fantasy story. Then Jeremy lowered his glass to pick up his fork and knife. This looks amazing. I'm excited to try this sauce. Is this a family recipe? He cut a section of asparagus and swirled it in the white sauce as he spoke. Yes and no. It's a family recipe my mother bought off an elderly lady in town. Mom wanted to serve it at the fine dining restaurant on the edge of town. I had to memorize it if I wanted to manage that one. She hired someone else. I laughed to cover my bitterness. Mom had never planned on me taking over. She just used me as a temp while she'd searched. He claimed the bite between his teeth and closed his lips. After a moment of chewing, his eyes followed suit and he moaned. Wow, her loss? This is amazing. He opened his eyes. Thank you. If you stick with me, I'm going to get so fat. I glowed at his compliments. I doubt you've ever had an ounce of fat on your body. Ensnared in the ambience, I hoped the night would never end. Ah, you've noticed my body. His eyes twinkled, and he wiggled his eyebrows my direction, stuck with a flaming face and a bite of food on its way to my mouth. I could only grin. His antics to flirt with me were growing on me. We need to take that quiz. Is it okay to pull it out and work on it while we eat? Jeremy flashed his phone at me and placed it carefully on the table between us. I nodded jerkily as I tried to sip my wine again. He kept asking me questions when I was trying to eat or drink. It was almost absurd enough to make me laugh out loud. But I'm not sure how to do it. I barely checked in. Okay. It was easy enough, but I really didn't want to get my phone out and deal with the tornado associated with it. I would undoubtedly wonder about my parents and Larry and everything else I'd left behind. Let's use my phone and I'll push our answers in. Sound good? He swiped the app on and laughed at the first question that popped up. Well, this is forward. What's the first trait you noticed about your spouse? When you saw them? I scooted to the edge of my seat and crossed my ankles. It's a cross between your eyes and your smile. I loved surveys, and it was a perfect chance to flirt with him in a more controlled environment. Thank you. I'd rather not mention what I noticed first. He lifted his eyebrows and looked at the phone. Oh, you cad. I giggled and took another bite of the steak. He was a pro at turning on the charm and working me over. You keep this up, and I'll never believe your real compliments. He reached out and claimed my hand in his. But that's just it, Alex. They're all real. And for the record, I noticed your legs first. Man, you have a dirty mind. He laughed as I playfully slapped at his wrist as he answered the question for both of us. What's the next question? I leaned over to peek at the screen with him. The subtle heavenly scent of his cologne washed over me, and I pulled back to look at him. The man was growing on me, and his attraction only broadened the more I got to know him. Where do you want to live when you retire? He met my searching gaze and he froze, as if he too sensed something had shifted. He pushed the phone to the side and, careful not to break our eye contact, lifted himself from his seat and whispered, "Don't move." Suddenly terrified, I didn't move. Had he seen something? But I couldn't bring myself to move. His cologne held me prisoner and the slumberous brown in his eyes. I couldn't think. Jeremy got closer and closer, and suddenly the warm, firm flesh of his lips touched mine, fleetingly, like the touch of a hummingbird. Then he was gone, reclaiming his seat and acting like it had never happened. I want to live in my home. I'm sure I'll know where that is by then. I hope, please, don't let him hear the tremor in my voice as I tried to figure out how to recover from the tingling in my limbs from his slight kiss. What would a proper kiss from him do to me? A double beep broke through the questionnaire. He tilted the phone up, pressed some buttons, and then put it back down on the table. He stood, grabbing our glasses. I think we need another bottle. What do you think? Jeremy left the dining room at my nod. I listened carefully for his return and pushed the button on his phone. He received a text message from his mother stating, "Your aunt is sick. I hope I don't catch it. Hope you're having fun. Love, Mom." He'd hidden the text. Suddenly, I could feel my wall rebuilding. Maybe not a lot, but enough to just want to finish the survey without any more games. If Jeremy couldn't be open with me, I'd always be just a 6-month stint and not his wife. I wasn't happy with that option, and he shouldn't be either. I woke up a few days later on Saturday with my chest aching. We'd worked all week on getting everything ready for what he thought was supposed to be a family reunion inspection. I didn't want to let him down. He needed them to book that ranch more than anything. The more I worked with his place, the more certain I was he needed to be an event site, not a dude ranch, bed and breakfast, or anything like that. Size mattered. The house wasn't big enough to turn into a bed and breakfast, and the barn was old and picturesque, but not a place to have people stay or be recreational. Small cracks in the external walls would let cold breezes in when the weather wasn't sunny, and if anyone slept out there, the appeal would deplete under the onslaught of chilly air and no way to get away. With all of the terrific scenery around and at the base of such beautiful hills and mountains, he was in an ideal position for a wedding site. I only hoped he could somehow commit to some of that. I really didn't think that he was going to book the family reunion, but I woke up excited and optimistic that something good would happen. If they didn't want to book, I was prepared to find out why. We stood in the house waiting for them to show up. They were 2 minutes late when a shiny Cadillac Escalade pulled into the drive. I could all but smell the money as the man climbed from the driver's side. His cream-colored 3-piece suit matched the cream of the spotless car. I would have to roll my eyes if the woman matched him and was more blinged out than the car. However, when she stepped out, I was taken aback by her humble exterior. She wore a brown skirt that fell just below her knees. A cream-colored tank top set off smooth golden shoulders. She wore simple leather sandals and had her hair up in a sloppy bun. She must have been his daughter with how different they looked. She was so fresh. "Here we go," Jeremy muttered under his breath and swung the first door open. He raised his hand in greeting as he pulled me out behind him. We walked out to meet them, attached together with Jeremy's hand on my elbow. I stuck with him but tried to stay just a step behind him. It was his business. I was only along for the ride. Exchanging pleasantries first, Jeremy introduced us as man and wife, which amazed me. If he continued telling me we only had 6 months and telling others we were man and wife, I'd never figure out what to expect. The potential customers introduced themselves as Monty and Jennifer Graves. Why don't Jennifer and I go for a walk while you gentlemen talk business? I smiled at Jeremy and Monty and then at Jennifer. My invitation was twofold. Rescue Jennifer and me from any boring guy talk and give me a chance to see what her thoughts were from a customer perspective. Monty approved and glanced at Jennifer, his eyes firmly focused on her. Is that okay, love? Jennifer nodded shyly and followed me as I walked along the skirt of the porch around the house. We stayed in the shade fairly well, with the sunlight that was coming down. That was more important to protect us from burns. Jeremy had said it was unusually warm that time of year. Usually they expected rain, which he claimed was even more beautiful with the low-lying clouds and brilliant greens blurred just a bit from the downpours. I couldn't wait to see it. As we walked beside each other, I opened up the conversation. How long have you two been married? I was trying to understand the relationship. As she got closer for my inspection, I realized there was no way she was actually his daughter. I was finding it hard to believe they were actually married either. Jennifer had her hands clasped behind her back as we walked. She looked at me, startled. Oh, we're not married yet. We set a date, but it's in like 2 months. And I still don't have anything planned. I could not be more stressed out. He thinks it'll all be fine if we just throw money at it. She inspected the property, commenting on the flowers and oohing at the large trees that cast so much shade. That is so funny that men think you can just throw money at something and fix it. I shook my head. Larry had been like that. I'd never understood the mentality. Oh, seriously. Monty has so much money, it's disgusting. And my family's traditional. So since I'm the bride, my dad is thinking about taking out a loan on the house so he can have a wedding for his daughter to save face in front of the groom's family. She shook her head, her eyes downcast. I just want to have it all done with. I want Monty to pay for it, since he's the one demanding a huge wedding. Talking weddings lit a fire inside me, and I couldn't wait to talk more about the details. Jeremy had set up a picnic area behind the house during the week, and I led her there so we could sit at the table in the shade. This place is gorgeous. I would totally do a wedding here. It would be so much easier than driving clear to Olympia or north towards Vancouver. She smiled contemplatively at the overhanging tree boughs that swayed in the soft breeze. You should see the pavilion site Jeremy is working on. When it's all done, there will be roses around the lattice base and vines crawling up the posts to the roof. There's so much potential here. I folded my hands on the tabletop and looked around with her, seeing the place through a potential customer's eyes. Jeremy's place wasn't a dude ranch. Looking at it through the eyes of the to-be bride, I could see even more the appeal for a wedding than I could as an event planner. It's warm, but it's not hot, you know? Just off that ridge, you're getting plenty of cool air. I love it here. How long have you lived here? Jennifer rested her cheek on her palm with her elbow on the table. Not long, actually. I'm falling more in love with the place every day. The truth didn't surprise me as much as the pride that swelled inside me. The ranch wasn't mine to be proud of, but the work we'd done all week was. I could claim some small part of ownership in the investment I'd made of time and energy. She sighed. Well, it's gorgeous. I know. I'm a photographer, and I have to tell you, the lighting at sunset is amazing. It comes down over the ridge and just sparkles right before it dips away. The skies are like an orangey lavender color, too. If I was going to get married, it would be here for sure. I glanced at her and then tried hiding my excitement. Do you want to see the barn? As far as I was concerned, the barn was the best feature of the entire place. She nodded enthusiastically, and we headed in the direction of the barn. Pointing toward the green pasture past the fence, I added, I could see wedding pictures on the meadow out there with the flowers in bloom. Can you see horses standing behind the bride and groom in a picture? Maybe blurred as it focused on their rings or on them kissing? It would be amazing. If I didn't stop, I might get carried away. She glanced at everything I pointed out, her eyes wide. We reached the end of the barn, and she trailed her fingers along the old wood as we walked to the double-wide barn doors. It's like one of those barns out of the past, like a fairy tale kind of a barn. I know it sounds stupid. She glanced quickly at me and then back to the barn itself. It doesn't sound stupid at all. I thought the same thing when I saw it for the first time. Look, here are some pictures of the sunsets. I opened my camera I had left on the side of the barn and scrolled through the digital pictures I'd taken of the property. Wow, you're really good. Do you have a portfolio? She pointed at some of the pictures, and when we reached the sunset collection, she fell silent, as if taken in by the beauty as much as I had been. I'm still packed right now, so I don't have access to my portfolio. But that would be something I would have to work on. All of my photos were in digital form in the camera. If things didn't work out with Jeremy, maybe I could make my living as a photographer. Her excitement and interest spurred me back to my dreams. Low murmuring from our men as they stood at the base of the ladder to the loft pulled us deeper into the barn. Deep in conversation, they didn't look up until we got closer to them. Monty glanced over and saw Jennifer. He held out his hand and waited for her to take his. He leaned over and kissed her cheek, murmuring, "I missed you, love." Jennifer cast a quick glance at Jeremy and blushed a becoming pink. She'd be amazing to photograph. "Did you say your family reunion was in 6 months?" Jeremy tucked his hands into his jean pockets and glanced at me with a slightly panicked expression. Did I take that as things were going good? Or maybe he didn't know how to close the deal. I should have stayed with him to see how he negotiated things or sold the place. He could have been the best manager in Washington and have zero experience as a salesman. I could upsell biscuits and gravy to fruit-covered waffles by the time I'd poured cups of coffee. Closing the deal wasn't a problem for me. I never thought it might be for Jeremy. Monty tucked Jennifer's hand in his elbow and looked around at the barn. His regretful expression screamed defeat, and I wanted to reach out and bolster Jeremy's spirits. Monty shook his head. Yeah, 6 months. I'm just not sure. This is what we need for a reunion, though. Monty returned his gaze to Jeremy and me. I'm sorry. It's gorgeous in here. It's just not the right feel for what I'm looking for. We stood there in silence for a moment as his rejection sank in around us. Jeremy reached out a hand. I understand. If it's not what you're looking for, we can't force it, right? I wish there was something we could do to be of help to you. Jennifer's soft voice broke through the dejected tension on our side as she spoke to her fiancé. Monty, can you see us married here? Bridesmaids could be over there. And if it rains, we'd be covered, and there's plenty of room for everyone. They could even stand in the loft as they watch. The parking space is huge, and it could be like one of those picturesque little weddings all of your friends try to have, but only end up having flashy ones. She laughed and squeezed his arm. We'd be the first to pull off an original country-style wedding. Monty studied Jennifer's face, and then looked around the barn. The shift in his body from protected refusal changed to a softer stance where he seemed to accept his surroundings. Yeah, actually, this would be perfect. Jennifer glanced at me, a smile teasing at her lips. Did you say you're the photographer? Do you guys have any wedding planners or anything like that? Glancing at me, Jeremy glanced at me and reached out and took my hand. The natural way he touched me felt good. He squeezed my fingers as he looked down at me. I met his gaze. Was he wondering if that's what I was willing to do? Was he okay if I set something up? As if he knew what I was thinking, he softly nodded, answering the questions I tried asking with my eyes. Turning toward Monty and Jennifer, I offered them information I made up as I went. Hopefully Jeremy would remember the details. I was more excited than anything and trying to hide it. We have whole packages or partial packages. We can do event planning and coordinate catering or anything else you might need. I'm the photographer for Forever Acres. Jeremy jerked his head toward me at the new name of his ranch, but I didn't stop. He nodded, and that's all the okay. I needed. And I'd shoot all day. Edited shots would be part of the package. I glanced at Jennifer, as if Monty wouldn't have the information and to turn the control back to her. How many people are you planning? Jennifer looked at Monty for the answer. He replied for her. Roughly 300. Is there room here for that? 300 was not a large number when doing an outdoor event. Of course, that's easily accommodated. Were you interested in catering? Catering would be a little more difficult, but we could probably find a good restaurant in town that would do it for a small fee. I could set that up, and I knew exactly what to expect for catering bills. We were thinking of having the reception catered, but maybe with just appetizers. Jennifer slipped into the role of bride, which was nice to see since she had defaulted to Monty while they'd been there. Good. Do you have a dress? I would have to take mental notes and just write everything down as soon as I got back inside. Yes. That's the one thing I do have. Oh, and my bridesmaids have their dresses already, too. Jennifer laughed and glanced between Jeremy and me. I encouraged her with a smile and held Jeremy's hand a little tighter. And you said that the date was in 2 months? Yes. Is that going to be a problem? She bit her bottom lip and watched me, as if that would make or break an event. Shaking my head, I smiled, but cautioned, That's going to be a rush job. It usually costs extra. Is that okay? That's okay. We'll pay extra. What's the price? Monty took over the negotiations, and I could see that he would do whatever it took to make his to-be wife happy. He looked at her, his fingers covering hers. Are you sure this is what you want? Her enthusiastic nod sealed it, and he nodded before returning his gaze to me for the answer. Something like what she wanted with everything they would need, which sounded like a full day. I quickly did the math in my head and added 15% to cover any contingencies that might arise. To cover catering and photography costs, as well as setup and a few other bonuses that we do, you're looking at $20,000. We do require 20% down. Jeremy's fingers squeezed my hand, and I had a feeling that he suspected Monty wouldn't pay. Either that, or he thought I suddenly didn't want to have any feeling in my digits. However, I knew people like the ones standing before me. I also knew how much an event like that would cost. With the short time frame, they would be lucky to get one together at all, let alone one that they could be proud of in their lifestyle. It didn't surprise me when Monty pulled on his checkbook. If it's okay with you, I'll just pay all of it now. I'd rather not do deposits and have payments. You guys all right with a check? Then you can get started. He handed the check to Jeremy, who took it slowly. Okay, I'll lay out some plans and get in touch with you this week to finalize more plans. I reached out and shook Jennifer's hand, my exuberance evident in the fast way I pumped her hand up and down. I'm really excited to work with you. She nodded excitedly. Clutching Monty's arm, she looked up at him. I'm so excited. Thank you. The look on Monty's face was exactly the look I hoped to capture in their photographs. His adoration as he looked down at her finally made sense to me why people wanted to get married. Anything for you, love? After they left, Jeremy turned to me in a semblance of shock, which was perfectly okay since he still held that $20,000 check tightly in his grip. I am astounded that you just booked out like that. He stared at me in awe. Is that okay? I thought that you meant I could take over when you nodded at me. Suddenly, I was worried that maybe I had overstepped my bounds. The day was growing warmer and a fine perspiration broke out on my forehead. What if I had upset him? No, of course. It was more than fine. I really have been trying to book this place for over a year. He was excited for the booking, but despondent that he'd needed help. It wasn't hard to understand. I'd felt like that many times, for different reasons. How did one correlate happiness with discouragement? I reached out and touched his arm, and he glanced at my fingers. It was probably the first time I had voluntarily touched him first, and the significance wasn't lost on either of us. Don't take this the wrong way, but you're booking it for the wrong things. Did you notice I renamed this place? Aker's Dude Ranch doesn't set the stage for what people are looking for. Unfortunately, it's not the best name for what you're trying to do here. Forever Acres sounds awesome. What else would you do differently? I would love to hear your thoughts. He didn't seem like his ego was bruised, or that he was on the defensive because I'd booked something and he hadn't. A man that wasn't hurt by his failures, but welcomed growth, was rare indeed, and I looked at him with new respect. I'd been thinking about his place all week as we set things up, how I would name it and market it. I could definitely tell that my business classes would come into play if he'd let me help. Honestly, I've been thinking about it all week. Forever. Acres was something that just came to me when I was thinking of all the reservations you'd get if you marketed to weddings and receptions. Anniversaries will work great for the off season, but for the most part, I believe weddings will be where you'll make money. I'm serious. This place is a wedding planner's dream. I'll make all the changes. I'll buy all the business licenses and everything that we need to do this. He cocked his head to the side. Do you really think you can do this? I looked around, and a desperation filled my chest. I wanted to so badly. I wanted to find success on my own terms. But this wasn't my place. I wasn't even sure if I was staying for the full 6 months yet. If I had a more concrete foundation with Jeremy, I might be able to answer with more confidence. But nothing was solid, and that scared me. How invested would I become only to have everything fall out from under me? Hedging my answer, I finally looked him in the eye. It will be overwhelming. I don't think I can do it alone. Would he understand that I encompass so much in that statement? I didn't want to be alone. I didn't want to try to succeed out there. I wanted to make a go of our marriage, especially with so many of our dreams beginning to braid together. He seemed to understand my multi-leveled response as he moved closer to me. Jeremy took my face in his hands. You're not alone, Alex. I don't want you to think that. The huskiness in his voice could curl my toes. I gazed up into his dark mahogany eyes as my skin tingled under his touch. The more we touched and talked and spent time together, the more my wall broke down. As usual, I used humor as my main defense. You're still not getting into my bed. His chuckle vibrated in his chest, and he lowered his lips to mine. It wasn't the first time our lips had touched, but this one held more meaning and more emotion as we connected. Our lips danced and engaged more than any of the combined kisses with Larry or any other guy I had ever kissed. We seemed to speak to each other as we leaned into the embrace and angled our heads to get a closer connection. My stomach flipped and flopped, and I think my heart outpaced itself. Things were starting to finally look like I might find my happy ending. Chapter 13. Spending time with Jeremy was night and day difference compared to when I spent it with Larry. Every moment I'd been with Larry had been more like planning a social calendar. Where were we going, and who would we be with? What would I be expected to wear? Nothing we ever did involved just the two of us. But Jeremy and I had found a simple routine that we slipped into easily. We had breakfast together every morning. He still tried getting me to sleep in his bed, but more on a joking level. I didn't want to ask about his mom, but at the same time, I did. She was a part of him. She was his family. I didn't have any family, and I would love for her to be in our life, but on better terms and with more concrete boundaries. We had received another step from Click and Wed, and it involved fixing something for the other person. I still hadn't figured out what to do for him. I sat the table with legal pads, pencils, and pens spread out in front of me almost a month after Jennifer and Monty had booked their wedding with us. What could I do for Jeremy? I looked around the house, like it would share some deep, dark secrets about my husband that would help me know how to serve him. I closed my eyes and rested my head on my folded arms. If he wasn't upstairs, I would totally groan out loud just to hear my frustration. Alex, can you come here, please? I need your help with something. His voice called down to me from the next level. I rolled my eyes and climbed down from the stool. I'm not getting into your bed, Mr. Akers. My answer was tempered with a laugh. He made comments all the time, and it had become a form of flirting between us. I'm not sure what would happen if I, finally, gave in. My resolve was due more to nervousness than anything else. Actually, that wasn't true. I didn't want to sleep with him and then have that part of me fall for him. If we didn't work out at the end of our 6 months, I would hate to have lost so much of my heart to him. The pain would be better controlled if I kept distance between us. Are you coming? He called from the other side of the floor from his room. I climbed the stairs, curiosity fueling me forward. Could I count this as fixing something for him? The soft speckled brown and cream carpet silenced my steps. Where are you? In here. The first door on the right stood open, and he raised his hand past the door jamb to help me locate him. Coming. I got to the door and looked inside, blinking first at Jeremy and then at the room set up past him. A pine log queen-sized bed manned the center of the wall to the right of the door. Creamy neutrals covered the bed and curtains with splashes of rose to accent the warm glow of the wood on the bed and dresser. The room was simply furnished, but elegant. Oh my goodness, I breathed. A bouquet of dusty pink roses, green leaves, and white baby breath sat on the dresser, filling the room with its soft fragrance. Jeremy took my hand. It's yours, for as long as you want. I don't want you to think you have to sleep with me. If that day ever comes, you can keep this room for your office or whatever you want. He searched my face, worry creasing his brow. Do you like it? I couldn't believe it. He must have finished it in secret while I'd been distracted with the wedding preparations. The sentiment behind the room took me a moment to absorb. I leaned up and kissed his cheek. I love it. Thank you so much. I folded my hands and leaned my knuckles against my chin. He grinned as he pulled me to his side and we looked over the room together. I couldn't think of a better or more romantic gift to be given. We were there. The wedding was in 5 days. 5. I can't believe we're almost there. How's the pavilion coming? I sat next to Jeremy at the dining table, our knees touching in a silent need to be near each other. I'd somehow hit the moment where I couldn't be around him without touching. Somehow. Like our hands linked by a couple fingers or shoulders leaning on each other as we sat on the couch. I didn't allow anything to move past first base physically, and he didn't push me for more. Maybe he understood that we could lose more than money if we got too attached before the deadline. It's almost there. I'm waiting on a call to see if I can get the wood I need. He tapped the calendar resting on the table between us. Jennifer and I had met more than a couple times a week since we'd booked it, and the final details were falling into place. The closer the day got, the more she called me or texted. Is Jennifer okay with Italian for backup? We'd booked the Greek restaurant in Issaquah. In case they fell through, we'd booked the Italian restaurant and would know for sure in the next 24 hours if the Greek restaurant would confirm. Yes, she's fine with whatever we can get. She even said Monty wouldn't mind a barbecue joint dropping off ribs. I laughed and checked restaurants off my list. The melodic tone of Jeremy's phone split the air from its spot by the calendar. His mother's face flashed on the screen. He grabbed the phone and muttered, "Excuse me. I'll just take this outside." He had done that a few times over the last couple weeks, and it was usually when his mom called, as if he could keep us in separated segments of his life and not have us commingle. The lack of family interaction stung, and I constantly had to swallow back my regret over how things had ended with my own family. I would have loved to have a chance to work things out with his mother. At least the chance. When Jeremy returned, I glanced at him, but forced myself to keep it casual. He didn't know he was hurting me by excluding me from that part of his life. No reason to make a big deal of it if it was easier for him. Is everything okay? He had a worried crinkle in his forehead, and he picked up the pencil he'd been holding. Tapping on the table, he stared at the calendar distractedly. What? No, everything's fine. Did Jennifer say anything about Italian food? Is that out? Mrs. Akers was up to something. How sad that the first thing I assumed was that she was trying to dampen our progress. I didn't even know if she was back from her sister's. That was a part of Jeremy's life I wasn't privy to. Whatever she was up to, she had successfully put a shadow over our planning session. No matter what, though, I wouldn't be the first to bring it up again. The rest of the day, Jeremy withdrew. I could sense it in the cooler smiles and the shorter intervals we spent together. I couldn't let his mother push me out of his life when I was starting to get a strong foothold. Just before dinner, Jeremy approached me in the kitchen. I'm going to get that pavilion built out in the southeast pasture, but I have to go get the materials. If I pick them up myself, it'll save me a couple $100 in delivery fees, and I can have it by tomorrow. If I wait, we won't have the wood until after the wedding. Jeremy took a pan from the dishwasher and put it on the hook on the side wall where his pots and pans hung. Did you want to go with me? Or did you just want to stay here? The list of things I had to do wouldn't bear being put off for a road trip. 4 days was all we had. The time was too sensitive for me to leave, too. Plus, it didn't feel like he really wanted me to go. He didn't tease me, touch my arm, or lean in close when he talked. He didn't have to say it out loud, but I could feel he was upset about something. I shook my head. Would he sense my regret and longing to go with him? To fix whatever had happened? I would love to, but I still need to go into the florist's, make some calls, and put up some more lights in the barn. When will you be back? The chill had started with the call from his mom. I should be able to make it back tomorrow night. I'll bring some dinner from that place you like. There were so many places I'd come to like. But the fact that he offered gave me a seed of hope that maybe he was just stressed from the event or from something his mother had said that had nothing to do with me. A girl could hope. The chance to be there overnight by myself held appeal, too. Especially since things had taken on a less intimate feel between us. Okay, drive carefully, and I'll try not to throw any major parties. My attempt at a joke flat-lined as he nodded shortly at me and left the room. I didn't know what I had done, but the way he was treating me had come out of left field. I wasn't sure where the man I was falling in love with had disappeared to. But, wait a minute, I wasn't falling for him. I couldn't be falling for him. We had pretty much only worked together, except we hadn't. We ate all of our meals together and cuddled on the couch to watch movies. We played Scrabble and went on walks. There was so much we did together besides work. He'd become an integral fixture in my life in the 2 short months I'd been there. How had I missed the importance he'd taken on? I sank onto the nearest stool and tried to remember when it would have happened. The thing was, it came on like dawn, slow, steady, creeping over the mountains, until it broke through and then illuminated everything in its path. Jeremy's gentle caresses and compliments had gotten to me. They'd broken through the final bricks of my wall Larry had never managed to even chip. Jeremy was more interested in me when we were together and what we were doing. I soaked up his attention like a sponge. The door closed, and Jeremy left the house only a few minutes after I discovered how I felt in the kitchen. I ran out to catch him. I slowed to a jog, but my footsteps crunched the gravel under my fast steps. I lifted my hand and called out, "Hey, wait a sec." Turning at the door of his truck, he narrowed his eyes in the sunlight. "When you get home, maybe we could do a special date. It's been 2 months since I got here." Would he laugh at my sentimental mention of time passing? It meant a lot to me that I'd made it that far. Plus, I wanted to share with him my newfound feelings. That warranted something special, didn't it? 2 months? Time flies. Inclining his head, he watched me but didn't touch me. I had to push past my insecurities and try to make that reconnection with him. I reached out and put my hands on his shoulders, looking up into his eyes. "I'm going to miss you, Jeremy. Be safe." I glanced at his lips and then back up at his eyes, in what I hoped was a not-so-subtle invitation for him to kiss me. A half-smile played on his lips. "I'm going to miss you, too." But he didn't come down to kiss me. Luckily for him, I loved him, even when he was infuriating. I lifted myself up on my toes and pushed my face closer to his. "Learn how to take a hint, Mr. Akers." I pushed my lips against his. The kiss seemed to have more of a magnified effect on me. Maybe because I had finally taken the initiative. Maybe because I finally owned my attraction to him. Maybe because it was backdropped by my awareness of my love for him. Jeremy responded in kind, as if he too sensed the kiss was different. He lifted his hands and put them on the back of my head, his fingers entwined with my hair. He angled his head and deepened the kiss. When we finally pulled back, I was breathless and felt like I had been thoroughly kissed for the first time, and in such a way that even Rhett Butler would not have anything critical to say about it. "Now that you've given me something to look forward to, I'll hurry back tomorrow. A date sounds terrific. I have just the place to take you." He winked and squeezed my hand before climbing in the truck. I stood there as he drove off, watching him disappear. How had a man like him completely become the center of my existence in such a short amount of time? Turning back to the house, I tried to catch my breath from that kiss. I would have to call Elizabeth and let her know that I finally found a man that made my knees go weak. She was going to be so jealous. I could guarantee she'd gloat for about 20 minutes, which I would love every second of. Elizabeth hadn't answered her phone. She was probably too busy with her job. The woman worked more than I had. I made myself a simple dinner of eggs and toast and set up the computer to work on photos. A photo of one of the hummingbirds reminded me of my mother. I had done so well in the last 2 months at keeping my family and the situation with them in the back of my mind. But alone, sitting there in the large house by myself, I found it hard to avoid memories of my family. I found it even harder to avoid any regret over what happened with them. I couldn't find the strength to keep the guilt at bay. Was 2 months long enough? It was for me. Would they have forgiven me by then? Had I forgiven them? I suddenly needed to hear my mom's voice. If for no other reason than to at least tell her I was sorry things had turned out the way they had. I was sorry I let things with Larry and the wedding planning go on until the very end before putting an end to it all. Just hearing my mom's voice would help me a lot. Because as frustrating as she was, and as poorly as she had treated me, she was still my mom. I loved her. I needed her. I picked up my phone and dialed her number, but I got a weird beeping and then a message that said the number had been changed. There was no forwarding number. I tried my dad's cell number and the call was answered by a strange-sounding woman. Wrong number. I dialed the house phone and got a disconnected signal. They had done everything they could to get rid of me, to kick me out of their lives. Bile worked its way up the back of my throat, and I swallowed the despair. What had happened? Was it really that bad? What I'd done? Why had Dad allowed Mom to kick me out so thoroughly? Finally, I went on social media to see if I could reach her on Facebook. Maybe I could send her a message, connect with her that way. I hadn't even been on there in over 6 months. I wasn't the biggest fan of social media, even with my love of websites. Once I got on my Facebook account, I tried searching for my mom in the search bar. I couldn't find her anywhere. I had the sinking sensation she had blocked me. My mom had cut me from her life. Effectively. I didn't even want to try emailing her now. Her actions left me feeling torn up and thrown out. And because I had already decided to apologize and try to fix things between them, it left me feeling more than sad. How could I compete when I was defeated from the outset? I wouldn't change my number, because that way, if they ever wanted to reach out to me, they could try and I wouldn't reject them. Not when I understood how much it hurt to be turned away. Shutting down my computer, I gasped, my chest heaving with each ragged breath. I was alone. Jeremy was mad at me, or he'd been upset with me. My parents didn't want me. Mrs. Akers didn't want me. I couldn't get a hold of Liz, but with how horrible I felt at that point, I didn't think I wanted to talk anyway. I didn't want to spread this depression to anyone I loved. I didn't have many left. I closed my computer, leaving it at the counter. Turning off the lights, I sat on the couch, intending to watch television. But instead, I fell asleep, crying. Chapter 14. My eyes were puffy, and when I woke, I blinked my swollen lids. Someone rapped on the front door. The sound must have been what woke me. The only light on in the house was in the kitchen. I stumbled to my feet, blinking, blearily. Did I need to get a gun or a weapon of some kind? Who was knocking on the ranch house clear out in the middle of nowhere? I glanced toward the wall clock. 1 a.m. Fear pushed me to grab the small metal lamp from the nightstand beside the door. It wouldn't make me any more formidable, but at least I would have something in my hand in case I needed to hit someone. I held it out to the side, out of view of the visitor until I needed it. Opening the door, I pulled back and dropped the lamp back to the table with a muffled thunk. Mrs. Akers stood between the screen door and the front door, wrapped in a thick winter coat with a scarf wrapped around her neck. Her pale face and red-rimmed eyes stood out under her disheveled hair. Moving slowly, she craned her neck to search behind me and then focused on my face. Even sick, she was able to muster enough energy to glare at me. "I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is Jeremy here?" I need him to take me to the hospital. I can't drive on the highway like this. I tried calling 911, but they're booked. I barely got here. She paused to cough and wheeze, reaching out to lean against the doorframe. She narrowed her eyes after she gathered herself and muttered, I don't want you guys to fight because of me. Alarmed that she wouldn't come there first because of how she felt about me, I ushered her inside. Come in, come in. Jeremy isn't here. He went to Portland for the night to pick some things up. She stumbled through the entryway, using whatever she could grab with her hands to steady herself. Studying the living room, she flopped into the chair closest the door and wiped at her nose with a tissue she clutched in her hand. You haven't changed the place yet. I thought for sure you would have tried to erase everything about him. The last few words garbled up when she broke into another coughing fit. I ignored her barbed comments. As far as she was concerned, her comments didn't matter. Jeremy wasn't there, and it fell on me to take care of his mom. I didn't mind. Plus, people weren't themselves when they were sick. I patted her shoulder. Let me get my jacket. Can we take your car? Jeremy took the truck. She nodded, her hand smothering any reply she might have made. The sound of her hacking was almost unnerving as she stared me down. Grabbing my jacket and shoes, I leaned close and inspected her while I yanked on my shoes. Mrs. Akers, I need you to stay awake, okay? When we're in the car, I need you to give me directions. Can you do that for me? I didn't have any medical training, but I saw once on Grey's Anatomy that this woman on the way to the hospital needed to stay awake, I think. Crap, I was still trying to wake up. Rubbing my eyes, I looked closer at her, waiting for a reply. Her eyes were closed, and I reached out and softly shook her shoulder. I didn't know what was wrong with her, but she didn't look good. She had to be pretty sick if she hadn't been able to make it further than Jeremy's place. Come on, Mrs. Akers. I wrapped my arm around her to help her stand. Once I steadied her, I helped her get back out to the car. For the headache she'd been in the short amount of time I'd known her, it was hard to hold a grudge when she was frail and vulnerable in my grasp. Could she have a softer side, like some kind of slogan? The softer side of Mrs. Akers. I buckled her in and strained to hear her meager directions. Even with her lackluster attempts to navigate us, we made it to the hospital. Inside, I got her to a seat and got the registration papers and helped her fill them out while we waited to be admitted. The emergency room was full, and I stood beside her to give my chair to a gentleman who was a distinct shade of yellow. After an hour and a half of waiting, we finally passed through triage and into a curtained-off cubicle. Another 30 minutes passed, and the doctor entered. After inspecting her, he sent her for x-rays of her chest. Her exhaustion ate at me. On our way back from the radiology department, I spoke softly to the orderly who pushed her back to the cubicle. Excuse me? Do you think she can eat? I can go get her food. I just don't want her to get weaker. I'm not sure about your mom, miss. You'll have to ask the doctor when he gets back. He offered me a sympathetic smile, and I didn't bother correcting him. We were all tired and mistakes would be made. Alone in the cubicle, I sighed as I leaned back in the chair they'd brought in for me. Mrs. Akers was in and out of sleep to that point. She blinked at me and I sat forward. Are you okay? How are you feeling? Your x-rays are done. I'm sure the doctor will be back soon. I was so tired. But if I continued talking, I'd hopefully be able to stay awake. Why didn't you tell that guy I'm not your mother? Her cracked lips barely moved as she spoke, and her glassy eyes flitted in my direction, then shut again. Was it important? I moved to open my mouth to answer her, but the doctor cranked the curtain back, metal hooks scratching on their pole and effectively announcing his arrival. Mrs. Akers, it looks like you have pneumonia. We're at capacity and redirecting admissions. Your pneumonia isn't as bad as it could be. I think you'd be fine with a bolus shot of antibiotics and a strong prescription. He glanced at me, his blue eyes sparking with interest. I'm sure you'd be in better hands here with your lovely daughter than a crowded hospital. Tiredly, my smile was slow in coming. Thank you, doctor. That's kind of you. Do we need to do a follow-up appointment or anything? I wasn't interested. and I made no efforts to encourage his attention. How uncomfortable would that be with my new mother in law in the room? Just a follow up with her normal physician will be fine. Thankfully, you got here in the early stages. Her fever isn't even that high yet. He patted her leg and spoke louder. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Akers. Feel better? The nurse will come in with that shot. At least I didn't have to administer it for her. On the way home, I stopped at a 24-hour pharmacy and picked up the prescription. I didn't even bother driving her to her place. She needed to be monitored, and I wasn't going to stay at her house. I had too much to do, and I didn't trust that she had everything we needed at her house. Plus, I wouldn't have done that to my own mother. I certainly wasn't going to do it to Jeremy's. I didn't have to adore her to love her. She was Jeremy's mom, and that was enough for me. I got her back into Jeremy's house and put her in his room. I hadn't been in there in the months I had lived there. It wasn't my room, and I wouldn't feel comfortable going in there until we were officially married. Like, in love, married, and no longer talking about our 6-month end date. I didn't want an expiration on my relationship. The masculine furnishings fit his personality. I helped remove her coat and scarf for the 4th or 5th time that night and helped her into the large bed. Unwilling to leave her alone, I shoved the recliner Jeremy had set up in the corner of his room to the side of her bed. I pulled a blanket over me and watched her. The doctor had said to make sure she stayed hydrated. Her temperature could be maintained with cool washcloths and ibuprofen. I sat by her side the rest of the night. She slept contentedly. I finally fell asleep sometime in the morning for a couple hours, but I couldn't stay asleep long. She wanted to eat around 9. Chapter 15. I'd finally gotten Mrs. Akers fed and back to sleep about 10:30. Too awake for a nap myself, I peeked in on my mother-in-law, pleased to find she was sleeping comfortably, which was a good thing considering that the doctor had said she really just needed rest for the antibiotics to work. The next dose of antibiotics wouldn't be until dinner. I took a quick shower and threw my hair back in a braid. I had a couple ideas for the wedding that I wanted to try out for pictures. The lighting wasn't right midday, but the angle of the shot needed to be set up just right. Grabbing my camera, I went out to the barn. After my long night, I had a lot to think about. With so much swirling through my mind, I found it hard to focus on the task at hand. After a few tries of setting up a shot, I finally just gave up and sat down on a bale of alfalfa hay. The little straws poked me through my jeans, but weren't enough of a bother to move. What was I doing? That seemed to be the line of my entire life. What was I doing? What was I doing? What was I doing? I already made up my mind to come out here and leave my family behind. I had to put a stop to the way Jeremy and I referred to our marriage as temporary. Marriage had to be considered unconditional, no matter what, even if we were only on a trial. That night at our date, I would propose to Jeremy that we just plan on staying together. Make it permanent. I desperately wanted to make it permanent. I didn't even need the ceremony, the proposal, or the ring. I didn't even have the ring from my first engagement because the ring bearer had it for the ceremony. Who would come to the wedding for me with Jeremy anyway? Elizabeth? And what then? My parents wouldn't be there. My mom had been serious when she said she was going to cut me from their life. Choked up thinking about it, I hadn't thought she was serious. What type of a person didn't want their child to be happy? I felt differently, I guess. When or if I ever had children, I would want them to be beyond happy, beyond ecstatic, with their choices in their own lives. Maybe dealing with this pain from my parents, I was supposed to learn something. I could learn from my situation with my own mother that any children I did have, I wouldn't treat them the same way. How could my dad allow it to happen? How could he just let her make all the decisions? Except, I couldn't judge him when I'd done the same thing for so long. Whether things worked out with Jeremy or not, I was going to be making my own decisions from then on. I would be happy for them, whether I liked the consequences or not. The sound of a truck pulling in the drive and the door closing got my attention. I hadn't heard from him all night, although that wasn't completely true. I couldn't find my phone when I got up that morning. I'm sure it was somewhere right there in the living room, but I hadn't been able to find it after trying to call my parents the night before. Was it desperate to run out and see him? I wanted to run and jump into his arms. Blame my exuberance and emotional sappiness on my lack of sleep. First, I needed to pick things up. Clouds rolled across the sky, and they were moving fast. Judging by their dark underbellies and low elevation, there would be a storm about dinner time. Thankfully, the forecast called for clear skies on the day of the wedding. I grabbed the picnic blanket that I had spread out and rolled it up with the white material I had fashioned into the shape of a mannequin. I didn't want to wash out the white of the dress with the faded wood of the barn behind it. Jennifer had sent me a shot of the dress for the coloring, and the folds were amazing. The intricacies of the beads and embroidery work was delicate and should be highlighted. That kind of artwork was worth commemorating. I hurriedly shoved things together so I could make one trip instead of two. I pulled my camera bag over my shoulder and neck so it wouldn't hit me on the back as I walked with my hands full. Footsteps on the gravel caught my attention. I stood up, a smile on my face, pulling the rest of the items into my arms. I hoped I didn't have too much straw in my hair or dirt on my face. My smile faded, though, as Jeremy came into view with a thunderous expression. Confused at his demeanor, I still managed to speak in a cheerful tone. "Hi, I was just coming in to see you. Did you see her mom? Did she finally wake up? Would he be happy that I'd helped his mom? Maybe he wouldn't try to separate us anymore." After the night we'd spent together, I could see Mrs. Akers and myself moving further in our relationship than we'd been, hopefully with warmer attitudes toward each other. Jeremy stopped, his hands balled into fists at his sides. He struggled to keep his voice in a manageable tone. "Why didn't you let her call me? Or why didn't you call me? She's so sick. She had to get to the hospital all by herself. I would have come back and taken her. At least, you let her stay here, I guess, but that's not good enough. I can't believe you would stoop so low." I jerked back, anger taking place of the sharp pain at his words. How could he even assume I would do something like that? A huge chunk of the hurt came from Mrs. Akers lying. Bald-faced lying when I'd taken her to the hospital and sat by her side all night. Enough of her games. Obviously, she didn't think differently about me. I shook my head. You know what? Enough is enough. The whole time she was gone, you hid text messages from her and you talked to her on the phone. But only in private. I stepped back and continued. You pretend to care about me, but it's only because you want my help. Dawning horror hit me as I realized that was exactly what he was doing. That's it, isn't it? You want me to do as much for you in these 6 months as possible. Then you'll say goodbye and find someone who makes your mom happy. He jerked back, his brows furrowing. Now, wait a minute. No, you wait. Why else would you listen to her manipulative lies when you've been with me for 2 months and know that I'm not like that? I dropped the pile of props in my arms and thrust my finger at the center of my chest. I took her to the hospital. I sat with her through the chaos in that emergency room and took care of her when they were too understaffed to do it right. I then took her to the pharmacy to get her the medicine she needed. I brought her home. I put her in your bed so she would have a nice place to sleep, and so she wouldn't be alone. I blinked back the tears as I chronicled for him everything I did for his mother, everything she denied when she'd lied to him. Choking on my words and the tears that wanted to flow, I lifted my chin. I stayed up with her all night in your stupid recliner. That, by the way, doesn't work. I was awake until I was sure that she was going to make it through without a fever spike, like the doctor told me to do. Then I made sure she was okay before I came out here to set up wedding photos for your stupid event. I slumped back onto the hay bale and shook my head. I was tired and hurt. I should have known you were just using me. I shook my head, readjusting my camera strap. Forget it. I'm done. Just done. He just stood there with no explanation, no apology. His silence brought my anger back, and I jumped from my seat. I was done. I stormed from the barn, yanking myself out of reach as he stretched his arm out to stop me. No! Don't touch me! My scream probably wasn't necessary, but I was so close to losing my sanity. I was going to leave. But where would I go? I had no one. I couldn't go back to Arkansas. I had money, but it wasn't going to be enough, especially after I paid Liz back. Honestly, Jeremy owed me money for what work I had already done on the event. I would have to come up with an amount and tell him to pay me that. When I was following my mother's directions and doing everything she told me to do, I wasn't getting hurt like this. My feelings weren't even in the mix. I was able to leave things alone and not have to worry about it. Just do what I was told, emotionally safe. Pain had come because I'd sought out my own dreams. No matter what I did, I just couldn't win. Wind whipped my hair as I ran to the front porch. I slammed through the door and slumped onto a stool by my computer. Sighing, I unplugged the cord and wound it up, loading the laptop into its bag. My phone blinked at me from where I'd tucked it under the laptop. I forgot I'd done that. I'd been emotionally spent and hadn't been thinking. If I was leaving, I would have to get out of there soon. A huge part of my heart hoped Jeremy would show up inside and apologize. Try to make things right. Deny what I'd accused him of. Like I'd denied what he'd said. Movement in my peripheral vision had me whipping my head to the side. Mrs. Aker stood at the end of the couch, a smirk on her makeupless face. I had nothing nice to say, so I ignored her. I couldn't say anything or acknowledge her, or I would be stooping to a level I just did not want to reach. What would she do anyway? She'd already ruined everything for me and Jeremy. What was I going to do? I was going to leave and save at least some of my pride. I struggled to keep the tears at bay. So much of the pain could have been avoided if I'd listened to my own advice and hadn't fallen for my own husband. It hurt when I realized that it didn't matter what happened, I was always going to be second to him. That was the saddest fact. I just wanted a family to belong to, and they wouldn't let me be a part of it. Footsteps on the porch suggested Jeremy was close. The sound of his impending arrival mingled with the sudden crying and sniffling of my mother-in-law beside me. When had she moved closer to me? Startled at her sudden change in emotion, I glanced at her. What was she doing? I faced her, trying to figure out if she'd lost it, like I suspected. Jeremy came through the door and froze. He glanced between me and his crying mother and then back at me. Really? How can I believe anything you say when I can't even leave you two alone for less than a minute before she's already crying? I bit my tongue and shook my head. Pulling my laptop out, I zipped it up to make sure it was closed. Holding my phone up, I shook it towards him. Just so we're clear, I didn't call you last night or today because my phone was under my laptop and I just found it. I stood up. I didn't have to deal with the ridiculousness that was going on, and I wasn't going to. I'm done. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't even speak to her just now. I want my share of the money, and that's at least half. I'm leaving. If you want to sit here and believe her manipulative lies, then so be it. Turning, I looked at Mrs. Akers, tears finally rolling down my face. I just wanted to be friends. I don't even have my own family. They kicked me out because I chose not to marry someone they picked out for me to marry. I would have loved to have had you as a big part of my life. I shot a glance between her and Jeremy. I would have loved to have been accepted in this family and made to feel like I was part of it. You and I could have been so close, but you did this. And now... I shook my head, closing my eyes. Opening them again, I pierced them each in turn with my gaze. I can't even try. I hefted my laptop over to the door and set it down. Walking fast up to to the guest room, I grabbed my luggage and threw everything inside. I stacked them and rolled them to the door. Tossing one last glance back, I dried my tears. Down the stairs and halfway to the door, I stopped and took a deep breath. Jeremy and his mother hadn't moved. They watched me like I might start shooting them. With a small, ironic laugh, I threw one last comment to the ground. For the record, I'm in love with your son. You won't even let that happen. I love him, and you're getting in the way. Shuffling my bags to a more manageable position, I finished grabbing everything that was mine and waddled out the front door, avoiding looking at either of them. I'd made up my mind, and I wasn't dealing any more with it. On the porch, I looked up the nearest cab company and ordered a cab. One happened to be in the area, and the dispatcher said he'd be there in just a few minutes. I'd take it. I didn't want to wait too long. Big wet spots darkened the cements where rain fell, and the rush of the storm coming in thundered off Rattlesnake Ridge from the south. I didn't want to wait for any more accusations. Jeremy could just take his charming words and attractive self and shove off. I wasn't having any more of it. Yet I wanted him to come running out before I got in the cab and beg me to stay. My heart tore even more when he didn't. Chapter 16. The taxi that picked me up wasn't as clean as I expected after riding with my first taxi driver, Daryl. If I ever saw him again, I'd have to tell him he'd spoiled me for other drivers. I didn't know where to go, and the driver suggested Salish Lodge and Spa. Yes, a spa was exactly what I needed while I figured out what I was going to do. The gorgeous brown exterior trimmed in white exuded elegance that was outmatched only by the interior. I didn't blanch at the price of the rooms, just booked myself one and numbly followed the bellman to the elevator. Inside my room, I tipped the serviceman and waited for him to leave before seeking out the jacuzzi tub that was big enough for two. Big enough for two! I waited until I'd stripped down and filled the tub with steaming water before letting myself break apart. My cries were jagged and transformative. I released so much of the pain I'd been holding in since running from Arkansas. There I was, running again. At least I'd gotten my feelings out before I'd run away. Maybe next time I would be able to do all that and stay long enough to work things out. With the prices like they were for a room and the meals, I wouldn't be able to stay long at the lodge. I just needed a couple days to figure out what I was going to do, to recover. Jenny and Monty's wedding was in 3 days, and I didn't know what Jeremy was going to do. I didn't know what I was going to do. Should I show up and help him anyway? Or would he have the audacity to hire someone else to finish my job? Would he be able to replace me that fast? Had I been relegated to invoicing my own husband? That jolted me from my wallowing. At the very least, I needed something so I could afford to live somewhere. I would have to look for a job. With my extensive experience with restaurants, it shouldn't be too hard for me to find something. The only problem would be references. I don't think my parents were going to help me in any way. Maybe the companies that I had set up to do catering for the wedding would consider me. I didn't want to go too far, as I didn't know where I was. I didn't know anything about this place, and all I had was my luggage. After I crawled from the bath and pulled on a plush robe, I called Elizabeth. There was nothing else to do. I didn't want to dump it on her because she'd done such great things for me, but I needed to talk to someone, and she was my person. She picked up on the third ring and I blurted out, "I left. I just left him." You would not believe what happened. I related the story of the last couple days, and after I finished, I gulped for air, my chest heaving. Liz didn't speak for a moment, and when she did, her irritation was strong. "Did you even let him say anything? I'm not quite sure what happened. Why didn't you fight for him? Why would you leave like that? You love him. You said it." "So, what? If his mom's getting in the way, who cares? Get back there and get him back. She's not going to be around forever, and maybe she felt threatened. She didn't know about you. According to you, you never let her be involved with anything. She doesn't see that you're falling in love with each other. All she sees is that she can't have a relationship with her son unless it's secret. You shut down every time he tries to talk to her or talked about her with you. Why wouldn't he hide that?" Her bluntness rang hollowly through the line. I sat in the chair by the balcony of my room, trying not to cry again. Why did love have to be such an emotionally exhausting thing? "You think it's my fault?" How was it my fault? What had I done? And why wasn't Elizabeth taking my side? I had truly been abandoned by everyone. "I don't think it's your fault. I think it's a lot of misunderstanding and a lot of assuming. Think about it. Mother-in-laws were moms first. You're trying to take away her only son. How can she compete with that? You guys don't have anything strong behind you, so you need to make sure that he doesn't want to be away from you. Make yourself available." She cleared her throat. "Better yet, show him that you think he's worth fighting for." "Okay, thanks. I'll think about it. I gotta go." We hung up, and I wasn't sure if I was happy with her or upset that she couldn't just tell me what I wanted to hear. Why couldn't she just say, "Yeah, you're in the right, Alex. Good job. Way to stick up for yourself." But I hung up and stared pensively at the wood of the windowsill. I couldn't go back that night. I needed to sleep on it. And maybe have a massage. 2 afternoons later, I pulled on my jeans after a shower. Brushing my hair, I glanced over as the room phone rang. I had my plan figured out. I was going to catch a plane back to Arkansas, but go back to Fayetteville and return to event planning. My happiness didn't have to be tied to making others happy. I could do what I loved. And forget the man I'd given my heart to on the Washington coast. Picking up the receiver, I answered. "Hello?" The front desk had a habit of calling when my spa reservations could be moved up, or if they had free upgrades for me to try out. "Hello, Ms. Reeves. You have a guest. Due to privacy policies, we require you to come down and greet them. Room numbers are not given out from here." Stephanie's lilting voice had become a familiar sound during my stay. "Okay, thank you. I'll be right down." I hung up with a quizzical twist to my lips. Nobody knew where I was or what I was doing. Who could it possibly be? My heart whispered a silent prayer that it was Jeremy. What was the likelihood of it being my husband? The only person that knew where I had come was Elizabeth. Taking the ornate stairs down, I looked around the lobby. In the waiting area, perched precariously on a plush chair, sat Mrs. Akers with her hair done up and her color decidedly better than when I'd left her last. My expression hardened and I set my jaw. Turning on my heel to leave, I hoped to escape before she saw me. No such luck. Mrs. Akers called out after me. "Alex, just a minute." Her voice shattered the peaceful quiet of the lobby, and the few people there swiveled their heads to see who was making the commotion. My face reddened, and the people-pleaser inside me made me stop and wait for her. She hurried up to me, her short heels clicking on the marble floor. Up close, she looked even better than she had a couple days ago, when she had been sick at Jeremy's. "Please, come sit with me. I just want to talk." She smiled tremulously at me. But I wasn't really in the mood. Was that okay? Was it okay that I just wasn't in the mood? I'd already made my plans to go back to the life I wanted to escape. My sojourn into the fantasy world delivered by Click and Wed had been eventful and inspiring. Even as I debated on ways to get out of it, I gave in anyway and walked with her back to a secluded sitting area. We sat on chairs facing each other. I clenched my hands underneath my knees. "You look like you're feeling better." "Thanks to you, and yes, I do recognize that it was you." Tammy inclined her head at me, regret shadowing her eyes. Blinking rapidly at her, I held my voice to a moderate level, even though I wanted to scream. "Then why couldn't you tell Jeremy that? Why did you have to do this to me? I didn't do anything to you." She pressed her lips together and nodded her head. "I'm sorry. You're right. I tried to sabotage you guys. And I'm sorry to say, I succeeded very well." Her eyes filled with tears. "I didn't realize you were trying to help him. I didn't think you actually cared about him. Normally, I just tolerate his dreams. I'm usually the one that's pushing him to do something sensible, something practical. I'm more of a pragmatic person. Jeremy's more of a doer, a developer. He wants to make things. He wants to be something." Her frown shifted to a smile filled with pride. "I'm the type of person who thinks you should be able to provide for yourself and a family, and that's that. Why look for anything else? But he has his dream place, and he was so happy when he bought it. You should have seen them. Just joyful and excited. As he worked on it, he had all these dreams of making it into a business and making it into a successful thing." She dabbed a napkin at the corners of her eyes. "But it's been a year, and he's been more depressed than when he was laid off. He couldn't find anyone to share his dream with him, and I've been watching my son fade away." She twisted the napkin in her hands. Pausing to cough, she continued, after swallowing. "Now, I noticed almost immediately after you got here he was changing. He was returning to the Jeremy I used to know." She shifted over to sit beside me, taking my hand in hers. You gave him a way to keep his dream. You were the puzzle piece he was missing. I was too proud to admit it. I was too proud to admit I was scared that you were the only thing he needed, that he doesn't need me. After a moment, she continued, When I met you that first day, you didn't seem very receptive to me. Almost immediately, I became my own mother in law. She kind of laughed and sniffed, releasing my hand and folding hers tightly in her lap. I copied her hands and folded mine, placing them on my knees. I know I wasn't on the ball when I first met you, but I just left my own fiancé at the altar and chose to come to Jeremy. I left that man after my mom had said if I left, I would be out of the family. I literally came here with nothing but my luggage. I have one friend in the whole world, and that is who sent me here. I beseeched her with my eyes and a plaintive low tone in my voice. I want so much for your son. I want him to be happy. But he can't be happy when you and I can't get along. I want more for all of us than fighting and contention. Mrs. Akers, I want to be a family. Mrs. Akers searched my face as if trying to guess what I was hiding. But I wasn't hiding anything. She inclined her head. Come back. I promise I won't ruin anything anymore. Not every step of the way. Offering a sad smile, I shook my head. Number, I can't go back to that. He has to take my side, and you're not going to let him. I'm not going to fight with you because something isn't going the way you want it to. In my marriage. Or in my home. I reached out and placed my hand on her forearm. Jeremy and I need to be able to figure out if we're even supposed to be together. We have 4 months left. And I can tell you right now that even though I love him, I'm not doing this for the rest of my life. It hurts too much. In a pleading tone, Mrs. Akers broke through my stubborn wall. At least come back and finish the wedding. If you don't, he has to refund everything, and that poor couple's life will be ruined. He can't afford that, and I don't think you want that for anyone. Seeing Jeremy, though, when I had decided to leave would be too painful, but I didn't want to relegate Jennifer and Monty to that kind of desertion. One way or another, they deserved a happy ending, even if I didn't get it. Chapter 17. We agreed I would stay at Jeremy's that night and the following night before my flight to keep me near the event and to help make up time I'd lost staying at the lodge. Mrs. Akers promised to keep Jeremy at a safe distance so we wouldn't fight. I went up to grab my things and to check out, while my soon-to-be ex-mother-in-law waited for me in the lobby. Seeing him would be more painful than I wanted to deal with, especially since I was planning on catching a flight sometime the following day. I had taken a standby ticket, and I hoped someone would cancel. As much as it would hurt seeing him, not helping him would be worse as I would be riddled with guilt. I didn't want to do that to anyone. I loaded my luggage into Mrs. Akers's car. Worry plagued me. Jeremy didn't want to see me, or he would have come to get me. I had to ask her because I just couldn't stand not knowing. Why didn't Jeremy come? He's so stressed out about this wedding. I honestly don't know how you planned everything you did. It's pretty amazing. He's been dealing with the last-minute issues that have come up. Just following your notes, you had, in the folder, have helped him a lot. She glanced at me while she drove west towards North Bend. How did you know where I was, Mrs. Akers? I shifted on the seat and glanced out the window at familiar landmarks I wouldn't see again after a couple days. I didn't know how many times I would have to say goodbye to places I considered home. I called the phone number that was on the contact information for your profile. Jeremy showed me how you guys met and filled me in. I hope that's okay. I found a nice lady there. I'm assuming is your best friend, Elizabeth. And she told me I could find you at Salish Lodge. She leaned over and patted my knee. I promise. I'm going to do better. We'll set up boundaries, and I'll stick to those boundaries. If, for no other reason, than to let you guys figure out in the next 4 months if you are supposed to be together. She looked at me a long moment when we stopped at a red light. I hope you're supposed to be together. I think you should start calling me Tammy. Her request brought out a smile on my sad features. Thank you, dear Tammy. I was supposed to be with him. I knew it, but he had to make the choice. He had to choose me. He didn't have much time since I was leaving after the wedding. We pulled up to the ranch to find Monty's Escalade parked in front of the house. The last couple days would be more stressful for Jennifer than for Jeremy. I went in search of her. She sat on the porch swing, staring at the meadows that had grown even greener. Her face lit up when she saw me. "Alex, I was so worried. Jeremy said he didn't know if you'd be here." She clutched my hands in hers when I sat beside her. Her lower lip trembled and true worry flashed in her eyes. I laughed, squeezing her hands in mine. "That man. Did you know that we met online? We even got married online. He just doesn't know how to read me yet. Of course I would be here. I wouldn't miss this for anything." Surprise widened her eyes, and she leaned back into the swing. She pushed off as we swung. Forward and back, forward and back. Jennifer looked at me, and then at the hummingbirds landing to drink. "I didn't know that. How did you make that kind of decision without even having met him?" I looked out at the ranch, at the home I'd missed over the last few days. I didn't want to see Jeremy, but everything in me needed him. I was upset with him, but his mom had soothed away the parts that hurt. We had some things to work through, but he and I just needed to figure things out. His mom couldn't do it for him. I contemplated her question for another moment, and then decided to just feel my way through it. I don't know. I honestly don't know how to explain it. I guess I was desperate. I was desperate to feel something. Anything. I needed to feel better about myself, but not because of what someone could do for me, more like what I could do for them. I have to be needed. I shrugged at my answer, even though it was the bold truth I was having a hard time accepting. "Yeah, I'm worried that I'm not good enough for Monty. He has so much money, and he comes from such a classy background, and I am just me." We met in the library of all places. She chuckled, but her emotions were high and her eyes brimmed with tears. Placing a hand on her arm, I tried to reassure her. "It's okay. I understand. Have you told Monty this?" "I've mentioned it to him, but he just laughs and says there's nobody better than me. But what if he wakes up one day and realizes that he could have had someone so much better?" Tears finally fell down her smooth cheeks, and I marveled that a woman could cry and still look perfect. I leaned over and pulled her into a half hug. "Jennifer, would you do whatever you need to for him? Would you help him? Would you just want him to be happy?" She chuckled through her sobs. "Yes, he means everything to me, which is why I don't want to shackle him to me if it's not what will make him happy. Let me tell you. The way that man looked at you the first time I met you, that was love. I've never seen anyone look with such adoration at another person. In fact, I remember wishing I had my camera to take a picture. He loves you so much. I guarantee it's not money that's keeping him with you. And while you're gorgeous, it's not looks either. He loves you. Don't mess this up by doubting his affections for you anymore. It's going to be worth it. All of this work, all this worry is going to be worth it. Tomorrow is going to be amazing, but not as good as the rest of your life." I squeezed her shoulder. I wished I could somehow convince her of my words. But she would have to choose to believe them or not. Jennifer glanced at me and laughed, wiping the tears from her cheeks. She turned to hug me full on. "Thank you. I mean that." Jeremy and Monty had walked up, coming to stand at the end of the steps. I wasn't sure how much they had heard, but my gaze met Jeremy, and I looked away before too much could be conveyed between our glances. I had a wedding to finish, and I didn't want to deal with the drama around Jeremy at the moment, until I was done, if at all. I had kept myself busy in the barn for most of the night, not getting to bed until well after midnight. Sleeping on the couch had been my only option at that point. I didn't want to go to my room until I was sure I wouldn't run into him in the hall. Jeremy had offered to bring dinner out to me in the barn. I'd said no thank you, but those were the only words I could speak to him. The next morning, I was up before the sun. I think I might have slept 4 hours. But that didn't matter. I had to get things together to start the pictures for the day. Jennifer would be there any minute. My plan was to finish the wedding, get everything wrapped up, grab my things, and leave. Arkansas wasn't my ideal place to end up, but Elizabeth had agreed to join me in Fayetteville in less than a year, while she gathered her loose ends together. I didn't want to tell Jeremy that I had to leave Washington because even 1,000 miles was too close to him when I couldn't have him. Talking to him hurt too much. He obviously didn't want to be with me, or he would have apologized for how he treated me. Finally, I had Tammy as a buffer during the day. She had transformed from my worst enemy to my greatest ally. If only it had happened before Jeremy had come home. Jennifer got there at the ranch about 30 minutes before the sun started to crest. She wore her dress with her hair down and loose, and no makeup on. I'd asked her to come as close to natural as possible. I laid a dark blue wool blanket on the ground by the side of the barn and had her lay on it. She pulled the sleeves down of her wedding dress to the sides, and we did a boudoir scene for her to give to Monty on their 1-month wedding anniversary. With her hair tousled, her cheeks pinkened by the cooler air, and with the barely there dawn light, I'd never seen a prettier bride. I wished a part of me had been able to have the wedding that she was getting. The rest of the day passed in a whirlwind. I took pictures and put out any problems when they arose. Jeremy and I just kind of orbited around each other, catching each other's eyes and quickly looking away. I knew where he was at any given moment, but I couldn't talk to him. I was too busy, and the more I was around all the romance of the day, the more I longed for more time with him, more of a chance with him. I hid in the house when they said their vows. I didn't have that, and I didn't want to see someone else get their happy ever after. Not to be mean, but to keep my heart from hurting more. All too soon the wedding was over, and the guests drove out of the driveway. My reality set in. I would have to order a cab earlier than I'd gotten up that morning, so I would have to get to bed soon. The only way I could get any sleep would be to stay in that bedroom he'd given me. Since I'd worked so hard and was so tired, I didn't see any reason not to stay. I'd be gone before the birds awoke. Lack of sleep and all the emotions of the day caught up to me, and I really just needed a minute to gather myself before I forced myself to go back into that house. Where in the world could I go that I wouldn't dream about Jeremy and miss him like mad? Chapter 18. The longer I considered going inside, the less I wanted to. My best bet at even sleeping would probably be to stay in the barn, late like I had the night before. Everything had already been picked up, and I'd seen him go inside a little bit ago. If I hid in the barn until late again, then I wouldn't run into him in the house. It wasn't that I didn't want to talk to him. Agod, it was more that I was still hurt. I was still hurt he had so quickly believed I was a bad person. His mother had come and gotten me. He hadn't chosen me. A bottle of wine and some clean glasses sat on the barrel table we'd set up by the barn door. I stopped and poured myself a glass. I had talked Jenny into Bordeaux instead of beer, like Monty had suggested. Of course, I was right. People didn't want beer at a wedding. They wanted wine and class. It had gone off without a hitch, and Jeremy had received multiple requests for bookings in the future. I wasn't sure how he would do without me. Okay, I was bragging a bit, but the whole event had turned out because of the work I'd done. Part of me was a little upset he hadn't acknowledged that either. I helped his dreams come true, and he didn't think that was worth mentioning. Walking to the center of the barn, I claimed one of the hay couches I had made for a kissing picture booth for their guests. I covered the large bales in flannel blankets and set them up in such a way they didn't seem boxy. I had angled the back bale to lean until it was a gentle slope and acted like a back seat. I couldn't have done a better job. If I could push away the family stuff, my issues with Jeremy, and the fact that I had irritated Elizabeth, even for a brief moment, I think I could actually feel proud of myself. I didn't have to feel bad about it, either. Nodding my head, I sipped the wine. I did good. I didn't have anybody here to pick me up. In fact, I was the saving grace on this one. I proved my worth to myself. So why did I feel so awful? I sipped more wine and stared morosely at the empty stalls. Jeremy let his horses wander free range most of the time, which made for an empty sounding barn. The door creaked, and the small hairs on my arm stood on end, aware of his presence, even though I didn't want to be. I ignored Jeremy as he entered the barn. My body, the traitor, tingled with awareness. I knew where he was every step. I didn't need to stare at him. I was more irritated than anything that I had even noticed. Why did I have to care where he was at? Why did I have to care about anything? A little bit more wine should take care of that. All of me hoped he would just walk by and ignore me too, because I didn't want to deal with it, but he didn't. He poured himself a glass and sat beside me. After a few minutes of uncomfortable silence while both of us sipped our wine, he finally spoke. You did amazing. I'm surprised you haven't done that more. Your dream made my dream possible. I couldn't have done it without you. You did great. Was that awe in his voice? I did. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I sipped my wine and refused to look at him. Can you forgive me? He slapped his hand on his upper thigh and sighed. There's nothing to forgive. I'll be gone tomorrow. I'll be out of your hair. I was surly and tired, and I didn't want to deal with it anymore. My heart was broken by that man, and he still hadn't tried to fix it in any way. I don't want you to go. His voice was low, pleading, but I didn't buy it. My body reacted to him, longing to hold his hand with him so near, but I held out. He didn't know what he wanted. Why? When you said that you loved me, you could have punched me between the eyes. I fell for you during this whole mess, but everything going on with the issues with my mom. I just couldn't believe I would fall for someone my mom described so differently than what I was seeing. When I realized that I loved you, you were already gone. I couldn't get you back. He leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees with his glass between his hands. He looked down, and out of my peripheral vision, I watched him. Almost indifferently, I raised my glass and took a sip. I'm not like she said. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life defending who I am and my actions. You didn't even give me the benefit of the doubt or ask me what happened. I took another sip and glanced over at him. I couldn't defend myself forever. I need to be happy. I love my life, and I'm not going to do this anymore. He sat up, bracing an elbow on his knee. She told me. She told me everything. Yeah, right. I don't believe you. If she told you everything, why didn't you come and talk to me sooner? Why didn't you come and fix things with me? Is that why your mom came and saw me? Fixed things, so I would come back and work for you? Isn't that why my parents had kept me around? To work for free? He nodded, slowly. She did. She came and told me everything that happened after she brought you back. She explained it all. How she had lied about you going to the hospital. How she had even tried making me not like you on the very first day. She told me that she intentionally ignored you at dinner. She just wanted to make things unbearable between us. After all of that, she apologized and promised that she would do her best to help us succeed because she thinks she needs you just as much as I do. Jeremy lowered his glass and met my gaze. And for the record, his words echoed mine from the night I left. I never used you. I would never use you. You don't want to work, don't. I don't care. That's not why I want you. I didn't have a response for that. Actually, to feel wanted would be something I wouldn't take for granted. Jeremy slid from the makeshift couch and knelt in front of me, taking my hand in his. I'm sorry, Alexandra. I want you to stay. I want you to stay beyond the 6 months. I want you to stay as long as you can be happy here. I want that to be forever. He swallowed, his hand steady as he gripped my fingers in his. I'm falling for you, faster than I ever thought possible. I love you. I want to get to know you more. I want us to work together and be together. I want us to find happiness together. He pulled out a ring from his pocket and held it towards me. And without ever having asked me, he knew that the marquee cut on a simple white gold band was exactly what I needed. Please, marry me for real. Let's do all this for us. How had he known? How had he known I needed that? He read me better than anyone. He saw through to the real me, and if he made a mistake, he was willing to look again. I shifted from the couch down to my own knees and helped him place the ring, which fit perfectly on my finger. I reached up, wrapping my arms around his neck. Before our lips met, I murmured, "That's how you get into my bed and in my heart." When we kissed, our chuckles blended. He was my best friend, and thankfully, I would get to keep him for a very long time. Chapter 19. The steps were easy to complete. And when we sent in the final report to clickandwed.com, we got a fat check from Colin Davies, with roses that helped cover our own wedding. Elizabeth flew in and she gave me away. My parents still wouldn't talk to me, and I realized I'm fine with that. Tammy stood beside Jeremy at the front of the pavilion. She wiped a tear from her eye with one hand, while in the other she held our rings. She smiled as I made my way down to them and our gazes met. She'd become more of a mother than my own had been. I couldn't be more grateful to have her in my life. Then there was Jeremy, my husband, who in a few moments would no longer be my proxy husband, but my real husband, the man I vowed to be with through thick and thin, health and sickness. I'd found him. I'd gotten everything I wanted. I didn't want to blink, or I might lose it. Elizabeth grabbed my arm. As we glanced around at the murmuring crowd and I continued to train my gaze on Jeremy, she leaned in and whispered, "I think I'm going to click and wed. If it works for you, right? It's got to work for me." Her hopeful eyes hid so much loneliness. I wanted her to be happy. I wanted more happiness for her than for myself. "I hope you end up as happy as I am." As she transferred my hand to Jeremy's, I realized that making my own choices was definitely the way to go. I could live my life and not look back. Jeremy lifted my hand up to his lips and briefly kissed the soft skin of my palm. "We are gathered here today." "I do. Oh, yes, I do." Epilogue. Colin stretched beside her mailbox. It was Thursday, and she'd run her normal 10 miles plus one. She never adequately cooled herself off, but honestly, who cared? Pulling the mail from the box, she noticed a bright red envelope addressed to Colin Davies of clickandwed.com. Cracking open the envelope, she walked up the drive to her modest lake cabin and sat at the table on the back porch. Pulling out the card, she smiled at the picture of a bride standing with a groom she thought she would never see, happily matched. Their steps had been turned in sporadically at first, and then had become more and more steady. She worried there for a bit that she wouldn't be able to pair Jeremy Akers with anyone, but there he was in the wedding photographs, and the couple was elegant and full of happiness. Colin couldn't help but choke up as she realized that she helped them find each other. Matchmaking never grew tiring. The note in the card was written with loopy K's and curly N's. "Thank you so much for helping us find each other. We hope that you have even the smallest amount of happiness as we do. We're grateful you were able to bring this light into our lives. If we ever get a chance to meet, it will be with a hug. Thank you again so much for all that you have done for us. We don't even know you, yet we feel like you're our fairy godmother. My best friend will be signing up with Click and Wed. Please, help her find the perfect match. She's more special than anyone you've ever known. I value her above all else. P.S. We would love to offer a discount to any of the couples you match to come and have a wedding at Forever Acres. Happiness like ours should be shared. Thank you again, the Akers." Colin glanced at the date of the postmark and winced. She'd spent the whole of the day avoiding the anniversary of his death, but it always caught her. As she sat there, staring out at the calm Pend-Oreille lake, she realized she might never be able to escape it. A love like that wasn't meant to be repeated. She would be happy just helping others find their happy ever afters. Click and Wed had so many more to match. The clickandwed.com series continues. Read Elizabeth's story in DIY Vows and find out just how much love can conquer. Sign up for and get free reads and so much more, delivered to your inbox. It's a chance for us to connect. Keep listening for a sneak peek. DIY vows. Jack of all hearts. A woman and her tool belt. A man and his cell phone. Even her skill set as a handywoman is no match for their magnetic pull. Elizabeth wants love, but she's keeping her independence, no matter what. Married to a businessman who is shackled to a rundown family home, Beth works to prove she has value to herself and her new husband. When Tyler loses a bet, he's stuck with the family money pit and a wife he doesn't want. Can a renovated home repair the damage to both their hearts? Or is clickandwed.com going to have its first failed match? DIY vows. Chapter 1. Tyler. Tyler loved his new condo on the west side of the bay. He'd signed the lease only 3 months before. Unfortunately, there wasn't a 12-step program for his addiction to the view of the bay and the nearly permanent, absent neighbors. His long legs stretched comfortably beneath the table in front of him as he leaned back in his wing dining chair. Resting his elbow on an armrest, he watched his younger brother, Jay, and their mutual buddies, Mac and Ryan, as they quibbled over the amount of their bet. Mac finally gave in and threw 3 gold Sacagawea dollar coins into the center of the green felt tabletop. Okay, boys, this is my last hand. Marcy's going to kill me if I show up late tonight. I almost wasn't able to come because of last time. He wrinkled his nose and avoided making eye contact with anyone. Yeah, his wife almost grounded him. Ryan guffawed as he tossed in his matching coins. I tell you what, if my wife ever told me. Jay arched his blonde eyebrows over brown eyes. Ryan, no one will be your wife. Ever. So, you, my friend, will never have to worry about it. I don't know any woman that wants a guy who lives with his mother. The guys laughed, tossing out more good-natured jokes at each other as they munched on chips and dip and drank from their bottles. They called, holding their cards tight in their hands, ready to show the faces. As they lay them down, Ty couldn't imagine a more perfect guy's night. Every night could be guy's night if he wanted it to be. Bachelorhood was the perfect life for him. Answering to no one was right up his alley. He didn't have to walk around any woman like Jay and Mac, and he didn't have to answer to his mother like Ryan. Mac groaned. And Ty Guy takes the game again. Is this your night, man, or what? I bet you can make any bet tonight and not lose. Go out and get that lottery card. Ty was feeling lucky. He silently agreed with Mac that he probably could bet anything and win. He humbly claimed the winning spot in the center of the table and pulled it towards his own stash. I hate to see you guys leave. Taking all your money with you. Oh, wait, no, I don't. I'll keep your money to make it less traumatic. He laughed and stood with them as they gathered their things. They mumbled with smiles, claiming their food or other items they'd brought for the evening. I'm just going to crash here. Is that all right, Ty? Sylvia is at her mom's, and I think I've had a little too much to drink tonight. Jay stretched, then grabbed his drink and snack plate from his spot at the table and headed into the kitchen. You know you're always welcome, bro. Ty walked his friends to the door as they left. He hadn't realized how late it was getting. I need to work tomorrow. I didn't see the hour. Jay helped clear the table and moved the items into the kitchen. The weekly game night always culminated in brotherly bonding. Not every time was an overnighter, though. Ty liked the late nights with his brother and found them to be well worth the lack of sleep. Have you heard from Mom? Jay didn't look directly at Ty, which of course suggested that Jay had heard from Mom and that he had something to share with Ty that Ty wasn't going to like. Ty sighed. Number I haven't. Have you? He sipped the melted ice in the bottom of his glass. Yeah, she's pretty happy. Jay turned, hiding his face from Tyler. She wants us to sell the house. Laughing out loud, Ty shook his head and rinsed off the dishes in his sink. I'm not selling anything. I don't have time to fix it up. We won't get half the market value for it in the state it's in. How much does Mom owe? Jay faced Ty and leaned against the counter, his arms crossed at his waist. I don't have the money either. Sylvia's finishing up med school, and we don't have the cash for that. He stared at the floor and then met Ty's gaze. I want to propose to her, but I'm not sure. I'm nervous, you know? With the house and the other stuff Mom tossed at me during our last phone call, I got spooked. Wow, marriage. Ty watched Jay. He swore he'd never get married himself. Did you think I'd live with her forever? I love her. I just don't know if I'm ready. He stepped forward and braced his arm on the counter beside Ty, speaking softly. I think you should take the house. You don't have any family responsibilities or anything. You can do this. Hire someone to fix it. It can't be that hard. It's a money pit. I can't sink money into that place and my company at the same time. I'll lose them both. Tyler didn't want the house. He didn't want to deal with the after effects of Mom meeting someone new and running off to Italy with the man like she was a young teenager. Leaving all of her accounts, properties, and assets, essentially everything, to her sons. She counted on them to pull her out of any holes that might be left. Of course, Jay and Ty would do exactly what she wanted. They always did. What's going on with the company? Is it in danger? Jay turned, a towel draped over his shoulder as he grabbed more dishes to tuck into the sink for Ty to rinse. Shrugging, Ty tried not to let his irritation show. It's a family brand. The company prides itself on having a family persona. Taking over companies and rebuilding them is easier with the companies believing you're out to protect the families. I'm not cohesive with that brand. It's hard to have the front face of the company as a bachelor. The counselors want me to get married, at least publicly. He grunted in frustration. I don't have time for that. I barely have time for the weekend flings that I do have. You make it sound like such a chore. Jay laughed but rolled his eyes, popping a stray chip in his mouth. If Tyler wasn't seriously frustrated with his predicament, he would punch his brother in the arm and laugh off Jay's fake jealousy. What's wrong with being voted San Francisco's most eligible anyway? I don't know what I would do with that. Jay had turned his back on Tyler, and Tyler sensed a tone of bitterness. Not enough to be offsetting, but enough to add an arsenic flavor to their conversation. Nothing's wrong with the title except the number of women after me have increased, and not because I'm particularly striking. There's just not a lot right with the award either. Ty finished loading the dishwasher and pressed the start button. He motioned Jay out of the clean kitchen and into the living room. His new leather furniture and 60-inch screen television would have made him purr if he were a cat. Settling on the couch beside Ty, Jay picked up a deck of cards. He shuffled nonchalantly. I sense a bet coming on. He referenced the many high-stakes games Jay and Ty played throughout their life. He moved the cards between his hands, in a fan and then an arc. 2 out of 3, let's play 21. Loser deals with the house. Mac had pointed out that Ty Guy was on a winning streak that night. He probably could win just about any bet he placed. He believed it. As if a rush of warmth flooded through him, he imagined an influx of luck flowing through his blood. Okay, loser deals with the house and any of the other issues that come with it. Ty jerked his chin upward in a sharp nod. He didn't want to come off as too cocky. He hadn't won yet. Jay grinned. He shuffled, waited for Ty to cut the deck, and then dealt 2 cards to both of them. Pushing aside a stack of magazines, Ty ignored them as they fell to the floor from the coffee table, falling open. First hand, Tyler lost to Jay, but that was okay. Jay won the first one. It was only 1. The loss didn't faze him, and Ty shook it off. That's how he always played. He was low man in the beginning, and then he always came out on top. He picked up the magazine while Jay shuffled the next hand. The advertisement the magazine had fallen open to had a lot of white space and a red heart circled with a dialogue icon. Clickandwed.com was prominently displayed on the bottom of the page. At the top, the ad screamed, "Marry your match today." Tyler guffawed. Can you imagine? Look at this. What losers would do this? He held open the ad toward Jay and smirked. Then a thought crossed his mind, and he pulled the magazine back, staring at the ad. Hey, let's make it interesting. The loser has to take the house and has to get married. Either you marry Sylvia, or I'll marry the first person that Click and Wed matches me to. Ty challenged Jay with a laugh. Tyler had to up the ante, while Jay thought he had a chance. 1 loss on Ty's side, and he was raising the stakes. Jay raised his eyebrows, the challenge acknowledged and taunted in his gaze. Okay, I'm prepared to marry Sylvia. Are you prepared to marry the first person that's desperate enough to go on an online dating service? Tyler's confidence didn't shake. He would win. He always won. Plus, he couldn't see his future having anything to do with marriage or that house of his mother's. He was too happy with how things were. I am. Let's do this. Jay dealt the second hand. Ha ha! Tyler crowed as he won with a perfect score. What else can we do to make this even more fun? Anything else you want to add to this bet? We only have one hand left and we're tied up. One of us is getting married. And it's you, little brother. Ty wiggled his eyebrows and leaned back on the couch, reveling in the smooth coolness of the leather. Come on, one more. Let's make it really good. Okay, I've got one. Jay looked around the apartment. He pointed at the brand new furnishings and the barely lived on couches. If I win, not only do you get the house and you have to get married on Click and Wed, but I also get your apartment, rent-free. You have to live in that place for 6 months, meaning I get the condo for that time, while Sylvia and I figure out where we're going for her fellowship. The possibility of losing his apartment sent a twinge of doubt racing up and down Ty's spine. But wait, he was on the ride of his life. He would win the bet. He didn't try to hesitate, but he was a little nervous to lose his apartment. He'd learned a long time ago not to bet something you weren't willing to lose. He could handle being married to a stranger if he had to. His mom's place? Sure, he could do that. He had lost worse things. But his condo? Could he lose it? Not permanently, though, right? I don't want to give this up for good. I can handle 6 months if I have to. Jay laughed. No, of course not. Only the 6 months. Like a long, super long vacation. I cannot believe that you're worried more about losing the condo than you are about getting married. He shuffled a few more times, his gaze on Ty. Okay. Let's do this. Closing his eyes, Ty waited for the click as the cards were laid out in front of him. Jay's gasp didn't have a specific connotation, and Ty snapped his eyes open. He had a respectable hand that would be hard to beat. But Ty's heart sank as he took in Jay's hand and his jaw dropped. He lost. Tyler had lost. His shoulders slumped and he rubbed his forehead. Jay crowed as he gathered up the cards. They made a point to razz each other when they won, especially such a large prize. 21, my brother. 21. Looks like you are getting married and moving into a beautiful home in Oakland, and I get to have your apartment. He stood up and danced around the living room, dodging past the ceiling high windows and rubbing his rear end on the far wall. He grunted. Just going to mark my territory over here. Don't pee on anything. Tyler pinched the bridge of his nose and hung his head. He groaned. You've got to be kidding me. Somehow he would have to talk Jay out of it. But deep down, he knew he wouldn't. The Manning boys stuck to their bets. It's what they did. The only honor they held absolutely sacred. And Ty knew if he backed down this time, Jay would never stick to anything he bet in the future. Plus, this was what they did. Jay and Ty, for as long as he could remember, they stuck by each other, even in the most ridiculous of wagers. No matter which way Ty looked at it, his honor demanded he fulfill the bet, no matter how much he wanted to kick his brother out of the condo and hide in his bed. Tyler held up the ad and looked at the heart icon. Click and Wed? Hopefully. I'm not paired up with any women from the Midwest. He tried not to engage in discouragement too much. Optimism was a choice, his mom always said. Chuckling with an evil laugh, Jay wagged his finger at Ty. Remember, it's the first one you're matched with. Despair was a new emotion for Tyler as he glared at his brother. He wouldn't put it past Jay to somehow manipulate the results. He'd probably put the worst possible matchup for him. It wouldn't be the first time Jay had pulled off some kind of prank to really up the staying power of a bet. After considering Jay's excitement, Ty ignored the fact that he had lost what he'd considered a sure thing. He sighed. All right, you can have the apartment when my new computer bride moves in with me. I don't know how soon I'll have a match. It'd be even better if Mom moved back before Ty had to move in. He could hope her new fling ended early, couldn't he? Or was that just being mean-spirited? He didn't even want to think about the horrific home his mother had left for them. He'd somehow have to make it all work as he forced himself to live with someone he didn't know, work on his business that was sinking fast, and be away from the hard-to-get condo on the bay. The next 6 months were not going to be fun. Keep reading.